storm has passed, the time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. Just fine tonight. Gonna sleep just fine tonight. Tonight.
Hey there, folks. Adam here going live. Brendan's here as well, too. Alana, the whole crew, Patricia, Lindsay, Liam, Teresa, etc., 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 Miranda, yada, yada, yada. We're going live to look at a few different provinces. Hello. Okay. Hold on. We're going to be looking at Alberta. We're going to be looking at Ontario. We're going to be looking at Saskatchewan and eventually Manitoba. I don't like the look of this already. Rotation mezzo, I'm posting immediately. Okay, rotation, first polygon of the day. We've barely started. Oh, you can't see what I'm talking about. Maybe I should switch my view. It's too late. There it is. But we're going to go to the notification system and notify this storm. In Ontario, we already have rotation right now. Let me go back to radar quickly. Let me just see. It's near Flesherton. Yeah, rotation near Flesherton. Tracking to the east, I believe. Moving slowly to the southeast, maybe? Yeah, slightly to the southeast, heading towards maybe Angus area near Flesherton. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Well, that got interesting fast. Okay, let's do a little bit of this. and a little bit of maybe something like this for now. We'll see what happens with that. I think I went too far south here. Hold on, let me do something like that. Okay, and we're going to go rotation detected. Oh, I already have to do this. Hold on a sec. I already got to relog in here. Sorry, 1 second here. This always happens to me. Always happens. Yeah, I don't like to look at that. Rotating supercell already. I'm going to go orange because it looks pretty solid. On storm near Flesherton. Flesherton tracking to the east-southeast. And the time here is going to be 2:51. Okay. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Let me just notify. There we go. 8,104 people in the path of that storm. I'm about to notify right now. 2:51 looks good to me. And send. Done. Okay, let's go back to radar here. Wow, that got interesting fast. And saw multiple tilts too. So if it was just on like the lowest tilt, I would have been like, yeah, maybe. See what worst. This will update, I guarantee. The IW storm risk is only showing 0.01% tornado risk for that storm, but based on that radar information, I am going to say, because it takes like 2 minutes to update, right? Look at the tilt 2 meso on this. Tilt 3, perfect. Tilt 3 is a perfect meso too. Uh-oh. That's a bad perfect. Yeah, if you're near Flesherton, if you're near Highway 10, Portlaw, Proton Station, Wareham, this is Ontario, by the way. This is not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. It's inside the severe thunderstorm watch. I did see some really interesting lifted indexes today. The overall environment looks relatively weak, but I have a feeling with all that lifted energy and all the high cape, could see something interesting. And yeah, we've already got a rotating supercell near Flesherton. Some interesting things are happening here. So some storms coming in from the west. Let me just jump over to Alberta as well, too. We do have a tornado risk in Alberta. But I did want to we were looking at this Rocky Mountain house storm recently. There was a little bit of rotation on it, but it looks like it has fizzled out. But it's still early for these storms here in Alberta. They could get quite interesting as time goes on. So we finally fixed the Environment Canada forecast maps. So you can actually go into the menu of... Here, let me switch back to my other view so you can see what I'm talking about. There we go. So this is the full view of Instant Weather Pro. If you do subscribe to Instant Weather Pro and you go to the menu and go to thunderstorm forecasts, you can turn on day 1, day 2, day 3, and night 1. So let's go to day 1, and we can actually see Environment Canada's forecast overlaid right on the map, which is super, super useful. So you can see here this area from Red Deer. It used to include Calgary yesterday, but they shifted it slightly. But this area from Red Deer and east, if you click on it, you'll see thunderstorm outlook here at the bottom. If you look at the details of it, you can see Environment Canada has done a moderate risk, isolated thunderstorms, tornado risk is a yes, wind gust risk. They've now updated it to 120 kilometers an hour, 3 to 5 centimeter hail, 30 to 50 millimeters of rainfall, and that is valid for day 1. So nice to be able to see those details. So you can kind of click on your area and see what your thunderstorm outlook is. So now for Calgary, for example, they've downgraded it. It was much higher earlier, but now they've downgraded it to a minor threat, isolated storm, 70 kilometer an hour wind gusts are possible, 2 centimeter hail, so it could be briefly severe. Rainfall risk is 30 millimeters. So they've dialed back the risk there. But even though there is this kind of like stronger risk here in like a thicker yellow, if you click on this risk that goes from east of Calgary, just barely, so Strathmore through Brooks all the way to Saskatoon, if you click on that risk, it also mentions the risk for a tornado. So tornado risk, yes, isolated thunderstorms, moderate 90 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 2 to 4 centimeter hail, 30 to 50 millimeters of rainfall. So very similar. The only difference between this risk that goes east of Calgary all the way to Saskatoon and Humboldt, the only difference between that risk and this one is this one mentions 120 kilometer an hour wind gusts. So if I look at the severe thunderstorm watch for this area, let's see if it differs. There is also a slight risk of a tornado. Okay, so they do mention the tornado risk in there. Let's see here. Thunderstorms are expected to be moving very fast today, possibly more than 60 kilometers an hour. That's fast for Alberta. That's not very fast for Ontario. Storms in Ontario sometimes go like 120 kilometers an hour forward motion, but that's definitely fast for Alberta and Saskatchewan. Usually they're moving a bit slower. So a more of a fast-moving storm system today. So they didn't mention they just said very producing damaging wind gusts. They didn't mention actually the details here of the size of the hail. But that's what's really nice about their outlook is their outlook actually does mention those details. So now you have that option. So, and then we can look at we can go to tomorrow. So here's day 1. Let's go to day 2. And so day 2, aha, you see this dashed line? That means funnel cloud risk. Watch, if I click on that and we go to thunderstorm outlook, what does it say? Funnel cloud risk. So that's useful. By the way, today, there's actually a funnel cloud risk up in Northwest Territories, which you don't see every day. So if I go back to day 1 and you go up here, look at this, Northwest Territories. Yellowknife has a funnel cloud risk today. What is happening? You don't see that very often. Yeah, Yellowknife inside of a funnel cloud risk for today from Environment Canada. So interesting stuff. So here's day 1 again. So let's jump over here. So there also is a day 1 risk in extreme eastern Saskatchewan into parts of Manitoba like Dauphin and Brandon. So, and what do they say for that part of the risk? They say moderate risk, isolated 90 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 3 to 5 centimeter hail risk, and 50 millimeters rainfall risk. They don't mention a tornado risk for that area as well. So, and if we scroll over here, we can see the Ontario risk as well. We should probably keep an eye on our storm, by the way. Starting to get quite a hook on it. And it's still got quite a very classic mezzo. Again, if you're east of Flesherton, Ontario right now, if you're near Portlaw, if you're near Wareham, this thing is finally not. It's not. They extended the severe thunderstorm warning, but they didn't cover the part of the storm that's rotating. What is happening? Okay, severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, they're talking about a different storm, I think. They're not talking about this storm. This is the storm. This is a rotating mesocyclone here with a hook echo near Flesherton moving to the east. It's gone up to 1%. There you go. See, it's going to keep climbing. We'll see. But yeah, this storm is definitely hooking. It's got a mesocyclone on it. It's definitely got rotation on multiple tilts. Patricia asked if I had my earpiece on. I do. Yeah, I'm listening. Can you guys hear me? Is everything? I haven't even checked. It'll be funny. Like someone's like, we can't hear you this entire time. Okay, good. London asked about storms near Ottawa. Yeah, so let's go back to Environment Canada's forecast here. So you can see this yellow region here. They really only mention the risk for flooding in this. A 70 kilometer an hour wind gust, 50 millimeters of rainfall. So only really an issue of flooding, as we've seen a lot of flooding lately. The flooding horrifies me, and I'd like to get a lot more detailed into flooding risks after what we've seen in the States. As our thoughts are with all those who have been affected by that. Has been horrifying. Yeah, I'd like to really dial. So these storms right now in eastern Ontario look pretty boring, which is good. Just some lightning and some heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds. There is a minor risk over here. And it just talks about the flooding risk. It also talks about 2 centimeter hail, possibly. But yeah. Oh, just to clarify for the team, I am on. Yeah, I am on this. Oh, Liam didn't even see it? Oh, yeah. No, that's the first thing I did on the live stream, Liam. The first thing I did was notify rotation on that storm. Because I'm just like, well, we're going to take a look at some storms in Ontario. I'm like, oh, boy. We've got rotation on multiple tilts. That's tilt 4. There's rotation on 4 different tilts right now on this storm. Oh, boy. Yeah, if you're east of Flesherton, I don't like a look at that storm. I think it's, hopefully it weakens, but it's got a hook and it's got a mezzo on it. I mean, it's got a multiple tilt mezzo for multiple frames. Not liking that. All right. Melissa says, barely a slight breeze in Borden. Yeah, well, the storm's not there yet, so you're going to be fine for now. We'll see what happens in Borden as this tracks to the east. Hopefully this weakens. Bailey's asking about Saskatoon and Martinsville. Yeah, so Saskatoon later on today, there's definitely a risk for some big-time hail, and there's a risk for... that's what they extended the severe thunderstorm warning for, just for this storm up here. Still nothing on the rotating mesocyclone. Okay. Yeah, so Environment Canada, if we go back and take a look at Environment Canada, I'm just going to leave their forecast map up probably because it's underneath the radar, so it's not so bad to look at it, right? It kind of shows where the risks are. And if they do sometimes they update the risk, And this updates every few minutes, so it'll pull in a new map if they have a new one. So Saskatoon, if we go to Saskatoon and we look at Environment Canada's forecast for it, tornado risk, yes. Wind gusts 90 kilometers an hour risk. Hail risk is 2 to 4 centimeters, which is 4 centimeter hail is still pretty big. I don't know, what is that? Is it like golf ball? Is it pool ball maybe? Rainfall risk is 30 to 50 millimeters. Yeah, so that is the risk for Saskatoon today as the storms. Right now, there's nothing going on, but as the storms track in from Alberta into the evening hours. Okay, I'm going to flip my image back so you can actually see it better, because I was kind of showing you all the stuff in Instant Weather Pro. But yeah, so now we have those EC maps back. It's so useful for sure. And again, it's useful because I look up here and go, oh my goodness, there's a funnel cloud risk for Yellowknife. What the? I like how the dashes adjust as you zoom. Kudos to the dev team on that one. I like that. It's nice. And then again, if we look at, let's look at the risk for tomorrow. Let's go to day 2. First, let's go to night 1. Okay, so nighttime thunderstorms across the prairies. The nighttime, it also talks about non-severe thunderstorms across southern Ontario, across almost the whole thing, and parts of Quebec. It's so nice to be able to see the national map, isn't it? It's great. And then if we go to day 2, we can see that there is a funnel cloud risk for Saskatoon. If we click on that, you can see, if you go to Thunderstorm Outlook, you can see funnel cloud risk if you have Instant Weather Pro. And then, oh, there is a severe thunderstorm risk for Manitoba tomorrow as well. 100 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 3 to 5 centimeter hail. Yeah, there's huge cape there. I think it's like 5,000 cape across Winnipeg, which is insane. That's a lot of power. And then there's also a risk. The risk actually perfectly cuts off at the Ontario border for some reason for tomorrow. That's interesting.
Different forecasters in Ontario versus Quebec.
Yeah, exactly. So that's really what I'm getting at.
They have different criteria for what they consider moderate and other levels.
Fair enough. Different criteria that magically stops the moderate risk at the border. Anyways, so in Quebec, they are saying, let's see what they say, 90 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 2 centimeter hail. And in Ontario, we are saying an inch away, we are saying 70 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 2 centimeter hail. So these are 2 different offices. You have a Quebec office, as Elena was mentioning. There's a Quebec, the QSPC, the Quebec Storm Prediction Center.
We've got a tornado warning.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Tornado warning. I'm assuming it's on my cell. I'm assuming it's right here. Oh, yeah. She's got a big hook on her now. Look at it now. Oh, my Lord. Okay, my wife's in Angus. I might want to call her and tell her to come home now. I'm going to do that right now. 1 second here. Okay, you need to come home now, please. Yeah, if you're near Port Law, you need to take shelter immediately. Immediately. This is a dangerous supercell. It's got a hook echo. Brendan, we need to go live on Ontario right now, please. Can you do that if you're around? I can do that if you're not. I'll do that. I'm doing it right now. Where is it? Ontario. Where'd it go? Come back pages. None of them have icons on them. There we go. Ontario Stormwatch. All right. And I'm going live on Ontario right now. Save changes. Okay. By Ontario, I mean on Facebook. Yeah. Tornado warning now for this storm right here. This is a strongly rotating storm that we've mentioned for quite a while now here. That percentage is going to go up for sure. What time did we send out rotation detected? At 2:51. It is now 3:05, and we have a tornado warning from Environment Canada. It is ramping up. It is getting tighter right here near Port Law. We are seeing 91.8 kilometer an hour wind gusts. This is just east of Flesherton if you're near Wareham. Yeah, this is not great. Okay. Yeah, it's moving pretty east, a little bit to the southeast. So if you're at Shrigley, Conover, Honeywood, I'm actually messaging my wife. I said it might dip south of you. It might not hit Angus. It looks like it, unless it decides to randomly take a east. Let's just watch it. If it decides to ramp hard east, then it would potentially go towards Angus. Oh, she's calling me. Hold on. Let me just take a quick phone call with my wife. That's okay. Just one sec. Okay, I'm back. She was just wondering how close it was to Angus because she's in Angus right now. It's still quite a ways away at this point in time, but it's down near Wareham, Port Law. If there is a tornado, I'm not sure, but a tornado warning from Environment Canada at 3:06, possibly producing a tornado. 5 kilometers southeast of Eugenia, moving east at 35 kilometers an hour. Yeah, it's moving east. It's more kind of moving southeast. But on the latest frame here, it looks like it did weaken a little bit, which is good news. But it got real strong right about here. Let's look at what Tilt 2 looked at that same frame. Oh, Tilt 2 is just so classic. Tilt 3, Tilt 4. Yeah, this is supported rotation all the way up. The next frame, though, definitely looks hopefully a bit weaker. Tilt 2 still looks really strong. I don't know. I would still be taking shelter in the path of this one. Wareham, Port Law, if you're near Shrigley, Badros, Dundalk, Melancton, Conover. That's where the concern is with this tornado warning right now. There's a few storms to the west that look interesting too. This one up here near Zion, Durham area. It's a little something going on. It might be merging with that storm though. We'll see. But yeah, that got real interesting real fast. That was a good time to start the live stream. Just as the second I opened up the live stream, or second I opened up radar, it was already like just kicking off hard right there. So glad we got that rotation detected notification out early. And this is the day 2 forecast again. So I'm going to switch back. You know what? Let's go to the future. Let's go to day 3. Let's take a look. Is there any day 3 action? Okay. All right. We have northwestern Ontario, north of Thunder Bay. Talking about 3 to 4 centimeter hail, 90 to 100 kilometer an hour wind gusts already, 30 to 50 millimeters of rainfall. So that's useful. Yeah, that's useful. Okay. All right, so still tornado warning there. There are some storms in eastern Ontario at the moment. We're going to go take a look at Alberta in just a second here. The storms in eastern Ontario look pretty boring still. Just a lot of rain and some gusty winds. Maybe some lightning in there. Nothing too substantial. So that's good news. I'm going to flip back to the day 1 forecast from Environment Canada on Instant Weather Pro. By the way, if you don't have Instant Weather Pro, you can head over to instantweatherpro.com to subscribe to it. The mobile app version is coming very shortly, which there will be a monthly option on the app version. Right now there's only the yearly version, so it's like $99 for the year, which is $8 something a month. And the monthly on the app is going to be like, I think $10.99 a month or something like that. We have to account for all those Apple app fees, so we have to take those into consideration. Looks like the severe thunderstorm warning near Rocky Mountain House was dropped because that storm did weaken in Alberta. So that's good news for those folks at this point in time. But there is quite a substantial risk in Alberta all the way up to Saskatoon and Saskatchewan right now. So we're doing another Canada-wide live stream. So we're going to be watching Ontario, we're going to be watching Manitoba, watching Alberta, watching Saskatchewan. And yeah. We have to keep a close eye, of course, on this tornado warned storm here that is west of Creemore at the moment. Got to keep a close eye on that one. Let's see here. Yeah, I hope it has weakened a bit. Tilt 2 still looks quite strong, which concerns me. There is dropouts in the data too, so there could be stuff we can't see. I'm going to go to correlation coefficient. I want to see if we can see a debris signature at all. Let's go back to tilt 1. And yes, that was on tilt 1. There we go. Okay. So let's see. Could we see a debris signature? Ooh. There was a little bit of a drop. A little bit of a drop right there, co-located with that meso. Let's see. That's tricky to tell. Let's see here. That's when we posted rotation. Really strengthened over Port Law. And then, I mean, it looks like it may have weakened, but it's hard to say for sure. We have to wait until we see another radar update to really know for sure. But still a hook on that thing. Yeah. Still tornado warning from Environment Canada. We'll see what the storm does as it tracks to the next frame. It is currently in Ontario. It is currently 3:12 in 2 seconds. So we should have a radar update pretty soon, I would think. Oh, it's starting to pulse at the top left of Instant Weather Pro. So yeah, I think we're going to have a radar update pretty shortly with that one. So we'll keep a close eye for that. We will be watching closely with that one to see what it does. Yes. Kathy Evans says, I got the notification at 3:05 on my cell that Adam was live, but when I immediately opened it on YouTube, it said that he had already been live for 15 minutes. Yeah, once we went live, Brennan sent out notifications by hand, and that took him a few minutes because he was sending them out across the country. So that was probably just his notification. It's not automatic when we go live. If you have your notification set up for YouTube, then it might be automatic when we go live. At least hopefully pretty close to it. So you might want to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell notification. And then so that when we go live, it sends you a notification. You have to have notifications enabled on your YouTube app for that to work. But yeah, that would probably help. But yeah, we always, send it out. If you have our free app, Instant Weather, then we send it out through that as well too. Yeah, if you don't have our Instant WAP, if you don't have our free app, Instant Weather, you can get it at instantweatherapp.com. And it is quite useful for that kind of stuff, like being able to get notified, for stuff like rotation in this particular case. Yeah, I think it's still going. It's still got a hook. It's still got rotation. I would still be concerned with this storm. I don't think it's over just yet. I hope it's going to weaken further, but tilt 2 looked a little... it's still going. Yeah, it's still a rotating supercell, so I would still be taking shelter, especially if you're very close to it. Wareham, Shrigley, Badgeros, Maple Valley, Conover, everywhere kind of like Melancton and east of it. Melancton all the way over to Borden, kind of Everett areas. Malmer, I would be ready to take shelter, but you don't necessarily have to take shelter just yet in those areas. That looked interesting for a sec. I love the fact that we can swipe back and forth between wind and rain, because normally when I'd see something like this, I would think rotation, but it's on the back side of the storm, which is a weird spot. So I think it's probably having to do with the merge between the two storms. These storms are going to merge, which could sometimes a merge between storms can make things worse. Sometimes it can make things better. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. But that merge between these storms might actually potentially be sucking some of the strength out of that mesocyclone. So that would be useful if it was to make it weaker. We don't want this storm getting stronger. We want it getting weaker. So the tornado percentage only went up to 2% there, which is interesting. But for a couple frames, it looked pretty strong. So it looks like there could be some hail up here near Hogg, north of Owen Sound. You can see it on Instant Weather Pro here in pink. See, that would be representative of some small hail probably. Also up here just north of Big Bay, but that will be over the water. Let's see here. Looks like we got maybe a little bit of hail developing on this little cell up high near Cloyne, southwest of Ottawa. But those storms, again, there's a little minor risk of severe here, but nothing too substantial for Eastern Ontario. The main risk is going to be here down in Southwestern Ontario today. And again, we do still have that tornado warning in place. I think they're going to hold on to that for a little bit until that storm potentially weakens or strengthens. We'll see. We will see what happens. Let's go back to tilt 1 and take a look at that cell again. Okay. And again, we do have some storm development over in that's interesting. This one's interesting that just went over Georgian Bay here. If you're on the water here in Georgian Bay, kind of like north of Meaford, probably don't want to be in the path of that. Starting to see a little bit of rotation on that one. So that's not great. It's over the water though, but we'll see what it does as it tracks to the east. But yeah, so what do we have today? We've got the risk of severe thunderstorms, mainly a flooding risk for southwestern Ontario, all the part of the GTHA here as well too. You can see highlighted in yellow. We just finally, if you have Instant Weather Pro, we just finally fixed the Environment Canada forecast map. So you know we post those forecast maps that are like yellow and gray, and they're kind of hard to read. Well, now it's on here, so you can definitely zoom into your exact area. You can click on your area, and you can see like what the thunderstorm outlook details are, which is quite useful. Moderate, isolated, 70 kilometer an hour, 50 millimeter of rain. It's all right there. So if we go and take a trip quickly over to Manitoba, you can see for Brandon, Manitoba, there's a risk of 90 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 3 to 5 centimeter hail, 50 millimeters of rainfall. Isolated storms are possible this evening for them. If we go over here, this is going to be probably the main action today based on what we're seeing from the model data. And actually, you know what I'm going to do quickly is I'm going to take a peek over at Atlanta's map here as well. So Atlanta actually did her own custom forecast map for this. Brendan, can you make me full screen just for a second? Pretty please. Just so we can see that map easier. Yeah, so Atlanta's is quite similar, but she's got an even stronger risk zone here in the 3. You can see a strong level, and I completely agree with that. From Red Deer over to Wainwright, Stettler, Drumheller, Alberta, Olds, Alberta area, all the way to areas west of Saskatoon and west of, just barely west of North Battleford. She kind of has it right on the edge there, and Kindersley. And that is the strongest area today for big time hail and a tornado risk there for sure. And then we have
so yeah, the hail is a risk, but the biggest risk in those storms today is going to be possibly destructive wind gusts. That is a concern.
Yes,
that's
right.
why I went up to strong.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, up to Environment Canada is talking about up to 120 kilometer an hour wind gusts in that corridor. So it's going to be pretty intense. And then you see the yellow area in 2, and that covers Airdrie, Strathmore, all the way to Camrose, Rocky Mountain House, and then into North Battleford, Saskatoon, Warman as well, and Outlook. So that's kind of the main corridor where we think there's going to be the strongest severe thunderstorms today. Of course, we already had a tornado warning we have a tornado warning in southern Ontario at the moment, but hopefully that storm does weaken. We'll see what happens. Storms in Ontario today, I feel like they're going to pop really strong, and then they're going to probably fizzle out maybe just as quick. We'll see. It's going to be kind of pulsy today, but there's a lot of energy in the atmosphere, and if something kind of latch on and hang on for a while, it could get quite strong. So we're going to go take a peek at that in Ontario here. Let's just jump back to Instant Weather Pro. And so you can see kind of a similar, a little bit different, but a similar forecast from Environment Canada. And there, again, if you click on that on Instant Weather Pro, you can go to Thunderstorm Outlook, and you can see 120 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 3 to 5 centimeter hail, 30 to 50 millimeters rainfall, and tornado risk is yes. So that's something to consider. And so that's why we're live across the country today, because we've got prairies to watch, and we've got, don't forget about Yellowknife's funnel cloud risk up here from Environment Canada. Don't forget about that. We got to pay attention for our friends in Yellowstone. And then we have the tornado warning here west of Barrie at the moment. And that is good news. That is good news. Yeah, I think the storm is weakening considerably. So that is definitely good news. Yes, indeedy do. I have a feeling Environment Canada is probably going to drop that tornado warning. That's up to them. But I'm just from what I'm seeing here on radar, I'm seeing quite a weakening of that meso. So yeah, that's what I figured would probably happen. Like this little isolated storm, you see a meso, gets really strong, and then it gets weak. It's like, I don't know if anything was produced by it, but it came and went pretty quickly here. So still a tornado warning in effect, and we still have our rotation detected, but I think we're going to drop the rotation detected right now. Actually, I'm going to do that in the background. I'm going to try to be proactive with our notifications today. I usually leave them for hours when we're busy, but I'm going to get rid of the rotation detected right now because that storm is weakening considerably. So I think that would be the correct time to do it. So the shape of it has kind of went to blah to it. It used to be a nice hook, and now the hook is gone. It looks like, okay. Brennan says the severe thunderstorm watch has been expanded, and it did mention a tornado risk here as well too. So, so you can see it's been expanded to Barrie. So if we click on Barrie and we click on severe thunderstorm watch, we can see they're talking about 30 to 50 millimeters of rainfall, potentially causing some isolated flooding, wind gusts up to 90 kilometers an hour, hail up to 2 centimeters in diameter, and there is also the risk of a tornado. So, yeah, they've mentioned a tornado risk in the severe thunderstorm watch. Again, we are going to get rid of that rotation polygon. If I hit F5 on Instant Weather Pro, because Instant Weather Pro is just literally a website, you can see my rotation detected polygon is gonzo, because I think that storm has weakened considerably. Yeah, the meso has basically fizzled out. I have a pretty strong intuition that Environment Canada is not going to continue that tornado warning to the east. I think they're probably going to drop it. I don't even think they're going to do a severe thunderstorm warning I don't think they're going to downgrade because it just looks kind of boring now. There is this little storm here over west of Flesherton. Nothing too strong on velocity radar, on wind radar there, but we were keeping an eye on that storm that was heading over the water. There's a little bit of minor rotation on this connected storm, the storm that's trying to connect together above Owen Sound. So that might be worth watching. Tilt 2's got a little something. If we go to Tilt 1, there's a little something going on there. Yeah, for a couple frames too. Yeah, a little very soft minor rotation north of Owen Sound. We'll watch that. And that there was that soft rotation. Looked a little bit stronger right there. And then on this frame, northeast of Big Bay, it's kind of weakened here. But that's still a decent-looking storm. All right. Brit radar's still down. You can see when you click on it, you can't see here, but it says 2:30 a.m. So, and that was like on July 2nd. That radar has been down since 2:30 a.m. on July 2nd. So it'd be nice if they got Brit radar back up. But we have King City, which is useful. We've got Exeter, which is useful. We've got several radars where we think the main kind of corridor of storms are going to be today. Exeter is still showing some upper level rotation on that storm under the tornado warning, but if you look at King City, King City's got a great view of it, and it looks quite boring there. So again, I would not be surprised if they drop the tornado warning, but again, that's up to Environment Canada. We'll have to wait and see what they do. Good. Good. Yeah. Oh, there's the tornado warning gone. Yeah, makes perfect sense. They did actually replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning, so they did downgrade it. Let's see what it says. Yeah, regular stuff. 90 kilometer an hour wind gusts, nickel size hail. No tornado risk mentioned. Yeah, so they downgraded the tornado warning to a severe thunderstorm warning, which is, obviously you still want to take severe thunderstorm warning seriously. But in this particular case, I think besides the lightning risk and the flooding risk is, there's definitely a flooding risk with these storms, but especially areas that get multiple. But you can see that one really curve. You can really see the curvature of this. You can see it just wrapping right around. And if there wasn't this storm rushing in behind, I think this storm actually ruined the chances of the storm producing a tornado, which is good. So this storm came in, mixed with this one, and sucked the energy out of it. If that storm had the environment all to itself and didn't have this one come up and mess with the rear flanking downdraft here, then I think it would have been a pretty big go time for that storm. But it definitely hindered the risk on that one. And of course, Environment Canada has now dropped the tornado warning on it, which is great. Makes perfect sense. So kudos to EC to being on the ball. That's good. I like it. Let's jump over to Alberta. Alberta looking boring at the moment, but I think that's going to change. I'm pretty sure that's going to change. So, yeah. That seems like something that would definitely happen. Habs 316 coming in with a super chat. Thank you so much. As always, thanks to everyone in Instant Weather. Thank you kindly, Habs 316. We appreciate all your super chats over the years. I swear they're always $27.99, and that's way too generous. And thank you so much. But I feel like, can you confirm? Are they always that exact? I feel like it's always that exact total. Is that like a special number for you? Anyways, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Barb says, what about staying in Wasaga Beach? Storms coming into your area, but they're not looking that strong at the moment. But we'll see what happens on those storms coming down from Owen Sound. Those are a little bit more of my concern for your area, so we'll see. And Sue Claude came in as a new YouTube member. Thank you so much for joining our YouTube community and subscribing to become a member. Thank you kindly, Sue Claude. I hope I pronounced your name right. Claude. Let's see here. Scrolling. So much scrolling. So many comments I haven't had a chance to even look at. 1 second here. I'm just trying to scroll down to get close to anything. Kira says, any tornado for Wasaga Beach? No, not at the moment. I'm a little bit concerned about the storms for Ontario that are coming down from Owen Sound. They look interesting, and we'll see if they increase at all. But right now, they're still pretty boring. The storm that was under tornado warning weakened substantially, and the tornado warning has now been dropped. Gavin says, any tornado warnings in Hanover still? Nope, tornado warnings have ended. Taylor says, in Angus right now, should I be preparing for end of times? I mean, that's a different subject altogether. But as far as the tornado risk, no, you're good right now. You're good to go. Yeah, tornado warning is gone. You're all right. Yeah. Chris says, what website do you use to see all of this? This is Instant Weather Pro. So this is a Pro Radar website that we've created, and we also are launching the app versions of it. Anyways, yeah, you can go to instantweatherpro.com to subscribe. It's $99 for the year, which is like $8 something a month. And I think it's probably the best. I mean, I'm a little biased because we built it, but I think it's the best radar suite in Canada. I really like stuff like you can click on a storm and see the tornado percentage. You can see the total severe risk. You can see the severe wind risk and the severe hail risk. After what happened in the U.S., I've talked about this before, but I'm even more adamant on it now. I'd really like to add a flooding risk to IW storm risk. So based on accumulated rainfall, that number would go up. I think that's probably the simplest way to do it. We could also maybe take into account like the MRNF, the conservatory kind of like, the conservation flood warnings. We could take that into account. If there's a rainfall warning, if there's a severe thunderstorm warning that mentions heavy rainfall, we can kind of all take those things into account and shift that number up a bit. But let me know in the comments if you think that's a good idea. I'd like to see a flood, adding a flood risk percentage to IW storm risk. Let me know if that's a good idea, if you think that's good. Let's see here. Penny says, is there anything for red deer, Alberta? Yeah, there's a pretty strong risk for red deer today. Environment Canada is talking about 120 kilometer an hour wind gusts, tornado risk. So right now there's nothing substantial for red deer, but I would be paying attention today. Today is a good day to pay attention for red deer, I would think. Kira says, it's the best radar suite in Canada. Thank you so much, Kira. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. A lot of people asking about their area. Flood risk would be good, says Shelby. Thank you, Shelby. Shelby's always hanging around. We appreciate it. Flood risk addition is a good idea, says, I can't even get to his comment. Brian, thank you so much, Brian. M Swift says the same thing. Let's see here. Oh, rain gauges as well. Yeah, exactly. We can take into account rain gauges if we have that data. Flood mapping, totally. Yeah. Sarah, tent camping trips during thunderstorms. Tip number 1, don't do that. When there's a big thunderstorm risk, maybe don't go camping. That's my number 1 tip. That's tip number 1. Ryan says, any info on when Brit is... Yeah, I don't know. Brit's been down for days. I don't know when it's going to be back up. Brennan says, adding radar estimated accumulated rainfall to the Canadian radars would be a good start. Yeah, we have that data. We can add it. It's just like, where does it sit on the to-do list? So yeah, we can totally add accumulated rainfall. That's like basically done. It's not a...
Adam, just looking into.
Hold on. I'm listening. Wait. I'm listening to two of you at once. Hold on, sorry. Lindsay was talking to me in my ears just as Alana started talking. So I was like, well, I can't deal with two at once. Okay, hold on. Wait. Lindsay first, go, because you started first. She was saying something about the Brit radar. What was it again, Lindsay? There's a delay, I think. She's watching the stream, which is delayed. Okay, no, nothing. No, nobody's talking.
Okay, well then I'm going to go for it. Looking at
July. Lindsay said July 11th. By the way, you both also started talking again at the exact same time, but I somehow filtered between the two, and Lindsay said July 11th. Brit will be back up. Sorry, Lana, go ahead.
Yeah, forget it.
Why? Is that what you were saying? Did you say it was coming back on? Is that what you were saying?
Well, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah.
Oh, you guys are both telling me the exact same thing at the exact same time. So
yeah,
that was hilarious.
It's that shared brain cell. It's a serious problem.
True. We all share a brain cell with Lindsay. She's awesome. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Lana. Appreciate it. So July 11th, I guess, is so it must have been planned outage. Right in the middle of storm season, a planned outage. It'd be nice if we plan those outages like, I don't know, winter?
Not a planned outage. Unscheduled due to technical issues.
Okay, well, that's different. Okay. But so they're just estimating it'll be back out. Hello, hold on a second. Hold on a tick. That Lanark cell seems interesting. And it's growing. That got interesting in one frame there. Keeping an eye on the storm west of Franktown in eastern Ontario. Oh, the overall severe risk for it is quite low, but it almost looks kind of downbursty. Maybe not. It looks, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, that's an interesting signature there on radar. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. There's a little storm creeping into Ottawa as well, too. So, yeah, so it looks like the Brit radar, after all that chaos, sorry, it's like, if you heard what I heard in my ears, it was really difficult to hear with two people talking at the exact same time over each other. Yeah, it was, yeah, I don't know. That must be a ADHD thing for me. I was just like, I went like earmuffs. I'm like, nah, I can't handle it. Undiagnosed, but I should be. Brendan keeps telling me I should go get diagnosed. We'll see. See what I do. Okay. We're still watching Alberta. Right now, boring. Probably going to get a lot less boring over time. There are some storms developing southwest of Red Deer here. This little one down here, we'll keep an eye on. This is over by Bearberry and Burnstick Lake. So we'll keep an eye on those ones south of Rocky Mountain House, southwest of Red Deer. They're just starting to develop. And we're expecting the storms over here to get pretty nasty with some substantial wind gusts being the main risk, and also, of course, a tornado risk and very large hail risk as well, too. So that corridor from kind of just east of Calgary, around Red Deer, all the way over to Saskatoon today is going to be probably something. This could be a bust, but it might be interesting here for Manitoba. Some of the models say like storms aren't even going to develop, and some say the environment is very strong. So if something does pop over here later this evening, we could see some pretty substantial severe weather. We'll see.
When I was looking at it, all of the models were saying, yep, the ingredients are here, like a ton of CAPE, but none of the short-term models indicated anything happening. So it's like, okay, the risk is definitely there. If something were to pop up, then it's going to be strong. But it's so uncertain. That's why I only went with slight, the yellow on the map, because it's very boom or bust, which has been the trend across the prairies lately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Manitoba always seems to have that kind of a risk where they've had it quite a few times where it was like, wow, the environment is insane, but we don't know if we're going to see storms or not. And then usually like a little storm will like pop off of like, Lake Manitoba or something and just start like growing in strength. So it could be like a lake breeze that pops something off today. There's not a lot of forcing to have storms initiate and really kind of break the cap and really, explode today. So we'll see what happens. But, some forecasters that we know are quite bullish on the fact that we could see something pretty substantial in Manitoba today if it does pop. So we'll see. We will see. We will see. So again, Environment Canada did downgrade the tornado warning in Ontario to a severe thunderstorm warning. By the way, I started the stream today with my standing desk. So I'm standing to start. Darcy says, who would have ever thought that Adam might have ADHD? So everybody. Kathy says it's a 2-year wait and $200 for a psychiatrist to diagnose you. Supposedly, I keep getting these ads on Facebook. There's like a service that you just like pay $200. You talk to somebody in like 2 days and then you're diagnosed or something. So I don't know. But I don't know if I'm going to do that or not. Brendan said I should just go talk to my doctor. Justin says you're still not safe from the fly. Don't jinx me. I haven't seen any flies down here. There hasn't been a single fly. I've been like pooper scoop in the backyard, like diligently, because I feel like that's like it's like helping them breed. And every time I go to like scoop any, there's like 95 flies that fly off of it. So I'm trying my best. Let's all help each other out and pooper scoop as much as we can, folks. That will help mitigate the fly population somehow. Maybe not. Still keeping an eye on that. I might go minor. I might go severe thunderstorm potential on this storm, just because it's kind of growing. There might be some flooding risk with this one too. And there is an outflow boundary showing up just to the south of it. You can see it right here, heading towards Perth. It's about to get windy in Perth probably from that outflow boundary. I think I might go severe thunderstorm potential on that cell. I think I'm going to do that right now. Let's do it together. Let's go find that storm. I'll head over to our notification system. Here we are. Let's go find our storm in Eastern Ontario. There it is, right here near Franktown. And it's slowly moving to the east. I'm going to do something like this. Maybe like that-ish. So I think there could be some flooding risk in there, and I think could be a little bit of a wind risk in there as well. So I'm going to do a little notification around that one. How many people in that area? 2,246. Okay. So let's go blue. Severe thunderstorm potential that is located in Franktown, the Franktown area. Potentially stronger damaging wind gusts, torrential rain, small hail, and frequent rain if possible. And we're a bit concerned with the flooding risk as it's moving quite slowly. And the time here is going to be 3:38. Okay. Going to send it out. 11 people with our text message alerts as well. You can subscribe to those at textmessagealerts.com. It's like $4.49 a month or something like that. And it's quite useful because if you don't have a good internet connection, you can still probably get a text message because a text message does not require an internet connection. Okay, sending that out right now. Was it 3:38? That's right. Okay. Okay, I send it out. There we go. Little polygon for our friends right there. Melissa B says he won't see all the comments asking for each region. Please use the free instant weather app instead. Yeah, it's if you're trying to figure out like are you going to see a storm in your area, it's really useful to use our free app called Instant Weather. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com and then check the minute product. So there's a minute, hourly, and daily. But if you check the minute product, it's actually quite useful to try to figure out is there storms coming in the next little while. Joe Fid became a new YouTube member. Thank you so much, Joe. We appreciate the support. Thank you kindly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lennon says, Adam, will you guys be making a forecast for tomorrow in Eastern Ontario? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how intense it gets. I can show you actually on Instant Weather Pro here. We just did get a radar update. Okay, yeah. See, there's my polygon. See, custom polygons, yay. What's going on with this little guy? Hello, little hook. What do you think you're doing? Thankfully, nothing. There's nothing when you go to wind radar. That's why reflectivity is deceiving, because if I saw this and I only had access to this radar, I'd be like, there's a hook echo there, I'm concerned. But because on Instant Weather Pro you can swipe over and see wind, you can see there's not much going on. 4.23 kilometers an hour, 5.76 kilometers an hour. The winds are really, really light right there. So that's got a little hook on it, though, so we'll keep an eye on it. But this one's a little more interesting, though. 6% severe wind risk. Yeah, this one's a little more interesting near Drummond Center, heading towards Franktown, basically. Yeah, it's kind of like sitting still. Watch this. I mean, it might be over the dome here. Like when it's that close to radar, it's kind of a problem. But I don't like the fact that this, if you look at velocity, that almost has kind of if you remember that Toronto flood back in like 2013, it kind of had a weird radar signature, kind of like that. I'm a little bit worried about the flooding risk there, but well, we've notified that and mentioned the flood risk on it, so we'll keep an eye on that. There's this little one down here by Stittsville. I always say Stittsville. If we want to take a look at the forecast for tomorrow, we can do that now on Instant Weather Pro. Open up the menu, go down to thunderstorm forecast, click on day 2, and you can see in Eastern Ontario, Environment Canada has gone a minor risk here in gray, but right across the provincial border, the Quebec office has done a moderate risk. So they've done a little bit of a stronger risk here. So we'll see if the Ontario office follows suit, but for right now, it's just the Quebec office that's showing a moderate risk in yellow. So we'll see. Just a minor risk right now from Environment Canada for day 2. Day 2 also includes potential for thunderstorms, London, Kitchener, Hamilton, Simcoe area, Welland, all the way up to Toronto, through parts of the GTA. Brennan, you've always wanted the Instant Weather map to be Instant Weather Pro map to be gray, and now if we just leave the Environment Canada forecast on it, it's gray. So you got your wish. It actually looks quite nice gray, doesn't it? I like the fact that it's only gray where the forecast is, though. That's kind of cool. And again, that's the forecast for tomorrow. I'm keeping an eye on this like kind of hook shape here, but it's not doing anything. Again, the tornado warning was dropped. It looked interesting for a few frames there, but it definitely weakened. Glad we got the early hop on the rotation detected on that one for sure. This is tomorrow's risk here. So Saskatoon, Prince Albert, Meadow Lake, I believe North Battleford as well, of course. Yeah, and that area has a risk for funnel cloud development tomorrow, as per Environment Canada. If we jump back, again, we have the Environment Canada Day 1, Night 1, Day 2, and Day 3 forecasts all now available again on Instant Weather Pro, which is quite useful. We're still watching Yellowknife. You never know what could happen up here for Yellowknife. You never know. They might have a risk up there for if you look at it, funnel cloud risk for Yellowknife. Don't see that every day. So we're keeping an eye on that. There's a little bit of minor risk here in parts of British Columbia as well. And then we have this stronger risk for 120 kilometer an hour wind gusts. So if you click on the map and you can either read our detailed forecast, of course we have the link for it. We've got to make these links clickable. Right now you have to you got to do that and copy them. But it'd be really nice if that was clickable. It's clickable in the app. It's just not clickable here on Instant Weather Pro. We have to change that. So we have our detailed forecast as well. We have the fact that we're live streaming right now. There's our live streaming link. And then we have the severe thunderstorm watch, and then we also have the thunderstorm outlook. If you look at the thunderstorm outlook for Red Deer, 120 kilometer an hour wind gusts, tornado risk, yes. Thunderstorms will be isolated. The weather threat is moderate. 3 to 5 centimeter hail, 30 to 50 millimeters of rainfall possible. And then, of course, it tells you the date, valid day 1, which is today. Yeah, so that's something. Melanie says, Ontario Storm Watch. True. Let's jump back here. The only severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, I believe, is in Ontario. So let's jump back and take a peek at it. We just did get an update on radar. This kind of has a hooky shape to it, but that's about it. Not seeing anything exciting on velocity here. How long have we been live for? 59 minutes and 20 seconds? Is it time to sit back down? I think it is. I think it's time to sit down. Courtney Good says, I'm one of the 11 people who got notified. That's perfect. Thank you for subscribing to our text message alerts. I appreciate it. They're quite useful. I find they come in super fast. It's nice. Okay, I'm going to go down. Standing desk is going down. Shall we? We shall. This is going to be nice. My favorite, sitting. It's good. DPM on Twitch says, wee. Whoa, look at that report. This was just south of Badgeros at 325. That was basically where the rotation was. Wow, that looks, that doesn't look great. Look how dark that is. No edit or filter, coming down torrentially. Thunder shaking the house. Yeah, that was the storm that was rotating. That was the one that was under the tornado warning, so. Eek. That storm was pretty bananas. Brennan? And we're back. Sarah says, wait, there's a Twitch stream too? Yeah, there's always a Twitch stream. So we always go live on YouTube and Twitch. And then we only go live on Facebook when the bleep hits the fan. You know what I'm saying? When it hits the fan, that's when we go live on Facebook. So we might want to kill the Facebook stream in Ontario right now because things have kind of tapered down. You know what? We'll leave it on. We already went live, so we'll leave it on for now. But we'll see if things calm down. If things do calm down, then we probably will cut it off. But we usually try to only be live on Facebook when things get really, really intense. Let's see here. Yeah, this storm's still just hanging out in this spot. Definitely concerned for the flooding risk for that one. So we'll see. I did do a blue polygon, as you can see here, outlined. I might turn on noise canceling right now for Ontario radars because watch what this looks like when I turn it on. See how much better that was? It was so noisy before, and now look at it. Yeah, they're really noisy. Noisy radars. It can be quite helpful if you turn the noise canceling on at times. Helps with like these second trip echoes. Yeah. All this extra noise here because we're looking at raw radar data. So, you know, like the radar that's in the free app, which looks like this, it's highly, filtered so that it gets rid of all those little speckles and stuff. It leaves some of them in, but it's really, really filtered, right? It gets rid of a lot of that stuff. So, we do want to improve that. We actually want to take this radar, which is so much better, and put it into the free app. We're working on that. I don't know if we're going to do it as a mosaic. It would be nice to do as a mosaic. We might do it as a per radar thing. We want to make it easy for people, though, so they don't have to actually click on a radar. Maybe just as you like move from radar to radar, as soon as you get past a certain point, it just switches to the closest radar. That would probably be the easiest. I think that would be very easy. But yeah, we want to do that. We want to give that to everybody. It wouldn't have stuff like the wind data and, you know, it won't have Instant Weather Pro and all the, IW Storm Risk and all this kind of stuff. But it'd be really nice to improve the free radar in the app, especially because we have all this data, so we might as well. We want to make it as good of an experience for everybody as possible, whether you're subscribing to Instant Weather Pro for $99 a year or whether you're just using our free app. We want to make everybody's experience as good as possible. For sure. All right, continue to watch these storms in Alberta. We're going to have to keep a close eye on these. I have a feeling they might get interesting as they track to the east. Yeah, we're keeping a close eye on Alberta, especially in the Red Deer area, especially areas just northeast of Calgary, Three Hills, Red Deer, Olds, Didsbury, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because these storms coming in are going to be isolated and they're going to be pretty intense. That one's trying to move pretty much due east, a little bit to the southeast, southeast. Eventually going to cross Highway 2. Right now, that storm is boring, but this could be the birth of these storms really kicking it off, so we'll see. We will see. Excuse me. If I made you yawn, my apologies. My apologies. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba, boom. Max says, do you know of any free radars that show velocity? I don't. In Canada, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think all of them you have to pay for. I don't think there's any free apps that show velocity in Canada. Oh, there's a lot of free apps in the US that will show velocity in the US. But I don't think there's any in Canada that will show velocity data and all the other products that come with Pro Radar Suite. I don't think so. I don't know what I'm singing. Oh, but I keep yawning. It's not fun. It's not fun. Let's see here. On the app, it's grayed out for Instant Weather Pro. Does that mean it's coming soon? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's already baked into the app. We disabled that because we needed to fix a few things first. We want like everybody's initial experience with using it on the app to be very, very good. So there's just a few things we need to tweak. But yeah, absolutely. It's literally inside of the app already. The code is in the app already. We just haven't enabled it because we want to tweak it a little bit. We're just doing testing with it right now. Shelby says Instant Weather Pro is a website. You can use it on whatever device you like. Yeah, it's really cool. Especially if you have like multiple monitors, because like you can have a radar over here. You can have like 2 radars on that screen, 2 radars on this screen, 2 radars on that screen. I know not everybody has multiple monitors, but if you do, it's like super awesome to be able to look. Even if you have one monitor, it's just you can still pull up multiple instances of it because you just load it up in Chrome. You just load it up as a website. So it's not like just like the one app, right? Every other Pro Radar is like it's the one app, or it's the one, it's the one like executable file in Windows. You can only load up the one program, and then you're just kind of stuck with one radar at a time. But if you are the kind of person that likes to look at multiple radars, you want to see what it looks like from Detroit. You want to see what it looks like from Exeter. Like say you're Windsor, you want to kind of compare those 2 radars, or Southwestern Ontario. It's nice to be able to compare those 2 radars. Or Toronto, you might want to compare Buffalo and King City. You might want to compare those 2 radars to see if one of them's picking up on something the other one isn't. So it's nice to be able to look at multiple radars at once. It's actually quite useful. Hi, Smith. How's it going? Yeah, we're covering all of Canada right now. All of Canada. That's right. But currently, just watching mainly these storms west of Barrie. Just keeping an eye on them. Still severe thunderstorm warning with those. And there are these storms in eastern Ontario I'm a bit intrigued with. Especially this one near Franktown. I'm a bit concerned about its flooding risk because, for the past hour, and this storm has barely moved. So it's been sitting in the same spot for like 20, 30 minutes. It has not moved from the same spot. So that's a lot of rainfall there. Oh, hold on. Hold on a tick. Right where that hail core is, there's a little bit of minor rotation southwest of Franktown. So I'm going to keep an eye on that as well. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see what it looks like from Montreal Radar. Probably just a big blob. Yeah. Nothing too exciting. Oh, we can look at? We can look at KTYX out of the US. See, this is a good idea. This is comparing US radar to Canadian radar. This radar is right beside the storm. It couldn't get any closer. The storm's literally on top of this radar. It is like I can't get any closer to this radar. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Nice to have the storm arrows. They're working pretty good right now. I like it. We'll keep an eye on that little minor rotation here, southwest of Franktown in eastern Ontario. Keep an eye on that one. This has still a little tiny baby hook by Coxvale, but I think it's yeah, looking pretty boring still. So, yeah, we're not expecting anything too exciting for Eastern Ontario, but that storm, Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just can't stop yawning. Just can't do it. I can't do it. Oh, Caitlin, thank you so much. I appreciate it. She says your voice is so calming. Are you sure it's not the yawning? It might be the yawning. Like, oh, the yawning is so calming. That was very kind of you, though. I appreciate it. Some storms over here in Michigan moving in from the west. Interesting. The Blocks Gamer says today's risk is pretty severe. It sure is in Alberta. It sure is in Alberta. Red Deer area to the east, I would say it's pretty intense. In Ontario, not as much. Joe coming with a super chat. Thank you so much, Joe. We really appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Angela says, I was outside cutting grass when the tornado warning was issued for Dundalk. It's like that photo from, I believe it was Three Hills, that famous photo where there's a tornado in the background and the guy's like mowing the lawn in the front. Glenn said, good afternoon, Adam. Did you get my email regarding setting up BC Stormwatch? Yes, we did get that email. Let's talk more. Can you send me another one? Sorry, it's been busy, but I definitely want to follow up with you on that for sure. Send me another one and we'll chat, Glenn. Appreciate it. Val says, I just joined but cannot see Instant Weather Pro in the apps. It's not available in their free app yet. It will be. It's just not available just yet. But you can actually, you know what? If you have is it the beta test? So the Android beta test, and maybe even just the straight up Android app. Where's my Android phone is behind me. I have to get it out of a bag. I think you can actually already use Instant Weather Pro. Maybe. I have to double check. I think there's a workaround that you could actually use it. But anyways, I'll look into that. But yeah, we're gonna have it so you're able to verify. I think you might be able to do it. Yo-Yo says, when is it? I'll buy it. Well, you can already get Instant Weather Pro. So if you go to instantweatherpro.com, you can already subscribe. It's a website. It works on most devices. And then everybody who subscribes to the website, which is going to be less expensive than it is to subscribe via the app, just because we have to pay Apple and Google like 15 or 30%, depending on the revenue we make. But yeah, so if you want it for the less money, then you can subscribe to it via the website at instantweatherpro.com. And as soon as it's available for the app, you'll be able to log in. It'll be easy peasy. So, which is incredibly soon. VRE says it's still rotating big RFD. Which storm? Do you mean this one? Oh, or do you mean the one in Eastern Ontario? Definitely got some strong winds down here. Falco says, does Airdrie have a chance of tornadoes? Maybe. Yo, my boy Genic, what's up? You should hire more developers to help you release it on the app. Winky face. I think Genic's trying to get a job. My boy Genic, what's up? Okay, perfect. Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate it. Lindsay just said some people are saying that they're having photos of rotating wall clouds here. I'm not seeing anything super substantial as far as rotation's concerned on this particular storm. This was the storm that earlier was under tornado warning, but the rotation totally weakened on it. You could see back here exactly when it was under tornado warning, but it weakened. But maybe it's trying to kind of get going again, possibly. We are getting some reports of a rotating wall cloud. I think that's actually what we're seeing here. Rotating wall cloud is back on the Honeywood cell, as you just saw beside me. Now it has vanished. Now it's back. Okay. Yeah, definitely a lowering there. It's a little soft, a little ragged. but it's interesting. So Ethan Bolzico? Hopefully I pronounced that right, which I probably didn't. Says rotating wall cloud is back on the Honeywood cell at 355, which was only 5 minutes ago here. So we're going to keep a close eye on that one for sure. Genic says, hope you're doing well. I'm waiting to see how weather holds up over here, even though I'm not really in the sites, quote unquote. Genic, where are you again? Are you in Calgary? I think you're in Calgary, right? Is that where you were? Also, Genic, pretty impressive. He built an app, like those speed typing apps. Let's see how fast you can type. And when I was in like high school, I remember I clocked myself at 122 words a minute I could type, which I thought was fast. And so one time I challenged Genic there to a typing contest, and yeah, he can type. What Genic? What can you type? Like 160 words a minute or something? He absolutely destroyed me. So, and then it turns out he actually built an app for a typing contest. So clearly he's done it before. Let's see here. He just did a sticking out tongue face. Let's see here. Sybil says, Ontario Stormwatch. Correct. I don't know why people just keep saying the name of our page. Reg says, I have the record for typing errors. All right, so again, we did. Someone said there is a rotating wall cloud on the storm, although radar is not that exciting yet. We will see. Radar was a little bit more exciting on this Eastern Ontario storm. I want to go take a peek at it. It looks like it may have weakened. On the previous frame, it did have some getting into the 670 kilometer an hour wind gusts. This looks like noise here. This is probably just noise right here, because all of a sudden there's like 146 kilometers an hour out of nowhere. I think that was probably noise. I would think. Let's go to tilt 2 and see. Yeah, there's still some of those stronger winds. Definitely a stronger wind signature here, but that did weaken as it headed over towards Highway 10. Heck of a tail on this thing, though. Right down near Drummond, North Elmsley in Ontario here. So keeping an eye on that storm in Eastern Ontario. See what it does as it moves away from the radar. We can get a better look at it. When it's too close to the radar, it's actually difficult to see. But when it gets further away from the radar, it's actually a lot easier. Still keeping an eye on the Creemore storm. Nothing too exciting. There is this storm over in Michigan. Hello. 28% severe wind risk on it. Let's see what it's doing. Oh, it's just developing right here. And that's going to move across Lake Huron towards maybe Goderich, Clinton, Seaforth area. Okay. And there are these storms here that kind of have their sights on deep southwestern Ontario. So we'll see what they do over the next little while. I'm going to just take a scroll over here to the Calgary area, Red Deer area. Still watching these storms west of Red Deer, as Environment Canada is pretty excited about the risk here. 120 kilometer an hour wind gusts, et cetera, et cetera. So it could be interesting. Let me scroll up here. G-Nick never told me how fast he could type. It's like 150, isn't it? G-Nick, 150? It's insane. Okay. Melissa B says 1.4 thousand people are watching on YouTube, and there's under 300 likes. We can do so much better. Let's go, Instant Weather fam. Click that like button to support the channel and team. It boosts the algorithm as well. What she means by boost the algorithm is if you click like on our live stream, YouTube decides that, oh, you know what? People actually do like this stream. So they start to show it to more people who don't even know that we exist. So that's useful. So our goal since 2013 has been to raise awareness about tornadoes and severe weather. And that, comes pretty closely tied to reaching more people, because the more people we can reach, the more awareness we can raise. So we appreciate your help with that. Thank you so much. If you could hit the like button. Reg says like, subscribe, and share. All of that is quite useful as well, too. We appreciate it. Falco says there is lowering where I live. Where are you again, Falco? Mm-hmm. Keep thinking of Falcor. Gene says, I did get the notification that you were going live on YouTube. Thank you, Gene. Is it Gene or is it Jean? Because I used to have a guitar player named Jean Arquin. And so it was Jean. It's spelled Jean, but you have to pronounce it like Jean. Which one is it? Let me know. Oh, you're Airdrie. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this storm's starting to kick it up a notch again. This was the one that was under tornado warning earlier. And it's still tracking to the southeast, so heading towards, it's moving into Malmer right now. And it's heading down towards Alliston. And it could be a pretty nasty sell if it continues to strengthen. We'll see. Jean, like the jeans you wear. Ah, so the English version. Okay, perfect. Sybil said something about sending stars on Facebook. By the way, if you do send stars on Facebook, let us know, because we can't see that on our live stream system here. Lynn came out with a super chat. We can see these. Lynn came out with a super chat. Thank you so much, Lynn Murphy. Said, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. We appreciate you as well. And thank you so much for this super chat. If you do send stars on Facebook, please let us know that. Please come into the comments and say, I sent stars, just so we can thank you. Appreciate it. Because we can't see, for some reason, this software doesn't show when people send stars on Facebook for some reason. It shows super chats on YouTube. I think it shows GIFs on Twitch, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. Maybe not. It'd be helpful if it did. Falco says, could you look at Calgary? I'm scared. No, don't be scared. It's all good. Calgary's fine right now. Airdrie's fine. You're okay. This is still early. It's early days, so I would just relax, take a deep breath. There's no reason to be scared right now in Alberta. Let's see. When these storms pop up and we see which way they're going, that's when you can decide if you need to take shelter and get prepared and all that kind of stuff. But right now it's time to chill, take a deep breath. It's all good. We're going to be watching closely. We're going to be live streaming these storms as they move through Alberta, as they move into Saskatchewan, and we'll see if it's again, like Lana said, it's either a boom or a bust here in Manitoba. It's either going to be a whole lot of nothing, or it could be some really strong storms. So that's why it's a little bit of a tricky forecast for that particular area. Let's take a look at Eastern Ontario really quick. We're just trying to keep an eye on this storm near Franktown. Looks like there could be some pretty gusty winds in there. Hopefully the flooding. Yeah, I was talking about the flooding risk here, and now you can see this storm stayed here for a while, and now there's another storm building in behind it. So after what we saw in the States over the past few days, makes me definitely more concerned and more excited, actually, about improving our flood technology here in Canada. So we'd like to improve that on our free app, Instant Weather. We'd like to improve that on our paid app, Instant Weather Pro here. We'd like to improve our flooding stuff because, flooding actually causes more fatalities than any other severe weather. I think it goes flooding, and then it goes extreme heat is next. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody can probably Google it, or maybe ask like ChatGPT or something. But I'm pretty sure if you search give me a list of the top 5 weather phenomenon that cause the most fatalities. It starts with flooding, and then it goes extreme heat. It might be extreme cold. Tornadoes pretty far down the list, but obviously when you have some substantial tornadoes and they go through a populated area, that's a little bit more intense for sure. But flooding is incredibly dangerous. So I think we'd like to be a little more on the ball with the flooding risk. Typically, we do see the data for it. We can see if there's been a training storm over a certain area. We were all over it with the Burlington storm years ago when it had a really bad flood. And we got some incredible feedback from that too, where we said there's a flooding risk for Burlington. We were able to notify that well in advance. And there's actually a story on our website. If you go to our website, instantweather.ca, and you scroll to the bottom, I believe there's a story about, or actually go to About section, I think. But anyways, there's a story about a family that had to get their dad out of there, who was, I believe he was in a wheelchair or something to that extent. They got him into the truck. They started driving away, and they saw the floodwaters come over the wall towards his house just as they left. So, that stuff is horrifying. In order most to least fatalities. Oh, heat is even more. And every time we post like a heat warning from Environment Canada, the comments are just every single comment is like, "It's summer. It's summer." It's like, we know it's summer. The heat warnings are not for most people. They're for vulnerable people. They're for people with lots of issues that can't deal with the heat. They need to know if there's going to be some intense heat. So yeah, we get it. It's summer. Anyways, yeah, so heat kills more people than even flooding. It goes heat, floods, tornadoes, hurricane. That's in the States. But, I mean, you can pretty much apply that to anywhere. Obviously, the States gets 1,200 tornadoes a year, so you can't necessarily apply it to everywhere. But, yeah. But I'm surprised that extreme cold wasn't on there. That's probably a little bit down the list. Yeah, this one's starting to kick it up a bit, heading towards Alliston. 2% tornado risk, 26% severe wind risk, 38% total severe risk on that storm. That was the storm that was under a tornado warning earlier. And it's kind of trying to get its act together again. Not with rotation, but with strong wind gusts. So right now, only 50 kilometer an hour wind gusts, but those could increase. And IW storm risk is obviously pretty excited about it, saying 25% severe wind risk on that storm. So yeah, it's definitely increased. Every frame it's getting stronger, heading towards Alliston, Beaton, maybe Newmarket, King City-ish area. So the strongest part of that storm should miss Angus. There could be some lightning in there, but the strong winds are going to be south of Angus towards Alliston with this particular storm. Alan says, hate to say it, yes, water flooding does get more people than tornadoes, depending on the flow and where. I've always looked at tornadoes having the big fatality numbers or big death numbers. He says, yep. Yeah, but flooding is by far, flash floods are horrifying. All right, let's see here. Ken says, how are these storm percentages calculated? Basically, it's like AI, quote unquote, machine learning. So basically, it's been fed tornado and severe wind data, and it's been fed so much data from storms across North America for years and years. And then it takes all that information, it compares it to the existing radar data and the existing lightning data and the satellite data. It compares it to all that, and it gives back a percentage of, based on this current radar frame, what is the chance of this storm producing those particular severe weather conditions? So it's like basically like kind of like an AI forecaster. That's pretty interesting. It's pretty useful. VTS5 says downpour in Mansfield right now. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Sierra says, how are you making it with getting the IW storm risk further north? It's getting there. It's going to take a while, though. But we're trying. This one's starting to kick it up a notch here in Michigan. This one about to come across Lake Huron looks quite interesting, actually. We'll have to keep a close eye on that one. Okay. Storms are bad. Good. And I've already started. Okay. Okay, we run over to Alberta. Let's take a peek. Again, Alberta is still pretty boring so far. I don't think that's going to stay the case. I think it's going to get pretty intense in Alberta. But for right now, I think everything's cool. So take a deep breath, Alberta. You're all good right now. But there's some storms popping west of Red Deer that could get interesting as they move to the east. We'll see. We just got a report from Mansfield, right where that storm is in Ontario. Thank you for that report. We'll see what it does. What's going on with that report beside me here? 1 second here. That's interesting. Storm moving into Shelburne at 4 p.m. Can hear lots of deep rumbles coming in the distance. Thank you for that report, Corey on Ontario Storm Reports. We have Facebook groups for Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and Atlantic Canada. So we still need one for Quebec and one for BC. But if you are in those areas and you do have a storm you want to report and you're on Facebook, please head over to Alberta Storm Reports, Saskatchewan Storm Reports, Manitoba Storm Reports, or Ontario Storm Reports, and let us know what you're experiencing. Cody says, what if we don't have Facebook? I mean, you can also send it to us on X, or Twitter/X. You can hashtag OnStorm. I'm always monitoring the OnStorm with reports. Environment Canada does as well too. And so if you hashtag OnStorm or you hashtag AB Storm or SK Storm or MB Storm, depending on which province you're in, if it's something super, super substantial and you want to send it to us, you can email it to us. But typically only email us, if there's if you have a report of damage or you have a report of like a funnel cloud or something absolutely substantial, we will accept that via email. If you're like, it's raining here and you want to send us via email, please don't, because our email is just going to fill up. We have so many wonderful people in this community. We have in Ontario, our Ontario Storm Report group is 515,000 people now, maybe more. So 500,000 people. If everybody was sending those reports to our email, that would be bad for our email account. It would explode. So, only send us an email if it's absolutely super, super, super substantial. And that would be help@instantweather.ca. Let's see here. But best to... Google user says, any news on Flesherton? Flesherton's fine right now. We notified them about rotation before the tornado warning. The tornado warning came out. The storm eventually weakened. Where is Flesherton here? Hold on. Yeah, there's another storm heading towards Flesherton, but it's not as strong as the last one. So we're just continuing to watch that closely. There is this one here. I'm going to turn off noise canceling now, actually. Noise reduction, sorry. I want to turn that off just so we get all of the deets. Logan Place says, what's the weather in Windsor, Essex County right now? Are you there, Logan? Are you in Windsor at the moment? Because if you're in Windsor, you can probably tell us what the weather's like. Unless you're inside or something. I can show you on radar, but right now there's nothing going on. Yes. All right. Well, if you're there, you can let us know. So if you look outside, then tell us what's happening there. It's so much better if the comment feed is you telling us what's happening for your area instead of you asking us what's happening for your area. Do you know what I'm saying? Just Canadian says, I won't support X or Zuckerberg. Sorry, not sorry. That's all good. We're also on Blue Sky. If you search Instant Weather on Blue Sky, we're there. Of course, we're on YouTube. Where else are we? I think we're on Threads. I don't know if we post there enough, but we are on Threads. There's that. We could actually post... Logan says, all right, I'm new here. It's all good. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. We are on Twitch, of course. Northern Spirit says we're on Twitch. Yep. I'm trying to think here, which is difficult at times. I wonder if we are on Instagram, but you said Zuck. It's so funny. There's people who are like, I'm not on Facebook. And you're like, oh, you're not on Facebook? They're like, yeah, I don't support them. And then I'm like, oh, are you on Instagram? And they're like, oh, yeah. Facebook owns Instagram, right? They're like, yeah, but it's different. I'm like, okay, all right. It's cool. It's cool. We are the forgotten child. You're not forgotten. Not forgotten. We love our Twitch people. We love our Twitchies. I go on Twitch all the time, but I'm like, like watching video game stuff. I don't watch weather stuff on Twitch. I don't know if there is much. There might be. We might be one of the only. One of the only Twitchies. Chrysanthemum says Twitchies adorable. We love our Twitchies. It's all good. We are on TikTok as well. Instant weather on TikTok. If you're on the Tickety Talks, hit us up. Chris says, can you start sending out weather warning faxes for people that don't use social media? I don't know if we're going to backtrack and go the fax route. I don't think it's going to happen. We're looking forward too much. We're looking forward to the future. Into the future. We're not going fax. We're not going back to fax. Let's see here. Tej says, I'm so excited for more Adam and Amanda music. Yeah, Amanda posted that we're gonna start maybe doing some live streams again. So if you're on Facebook, search Amanda Adam Music, and you'll find myself and my wife. We did a whole bunch of musical live streams before, or like when COVID hit, we did a whole bunch, and then we kind of burnt ourselves out by doing them so often. So we stopped doing it, but we're thinking about doing it again. So yeah, if you jump on there, Amanda Adam Music. Shelby says, I don't know anyone who still has a personal fax machine. I mean, fax alerts would be hilarious. I think it would just be fun. Like, Credence Construction says the Saskatchewan government still uses faxes to dispatch our city bylaw officers. No way. I think it would just be fun to do it. I mean, let me scroll back to Ontario here. I think people would just subscribe just for the nostalgicness of it. And it'd just be hilarious to be like, ladies and gentlemen, we have a product announcement. No, it's not this. It's not that. It's not anything new and cool. It's fax alerts. That's right. We're going back in time. We play like 80s music. We make like the logo for it all 80s. That would be awesome, actually. Or a pager, says Justine. Oh, yeah, we're going back to fax. That's it. We're doing it. Yeah, people are going to have to like head over to like Value Village and buy fax machines now just to get in on it. I don't even know how we would do that. How do you can you automate faxes? Maybe. It's possible. Well, excuse me. I think we should do it. Yeah, I think we're going back to fax. Oh, there's a tornado warning in Michigan. Yeah, this storm has a tornado warning on it now, right here. Near Harbor Beach, Michigan, Minden. It's just about to cross, actually. This tornado warning storm is just about to cross. Let me see. Where's the closest radar? Maybe Detroit? I wonder if they got a report on it. Yeah, they probably got a report on that one. We'll see. Interesting. Okay, sorry. I was just typing something in the background. Just wanted to send it to our dev team. Yeah, so tornado warning just west of Ontario in Michigan, just about to cross Lake Huron. We'll be watching that closely. Dottie says she asked her husband, what's the oldest thing we have? And he answered me. Dylan says, National Weather Service said it's radar indicated. Thank you so much, Dylan. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. Well, tornado warning in Michigan, just west of Ontario. Keeping an eye on that one as it crosses Lake Huron. This storm is starting to kind of wrap back up into one larger cell. It started out earlier with a tornado warning here, but then it turned into a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's still tracking to the southeast. Looking interesting. Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. I did want to keep an eye on these storms in eastern Ontario. Looks like they may have fallen apart a bit. They don't look as exciting as they did before. Yeah, they've gotten quite a lot more boring. Still maybe a bit of a flood risk there. I'll probably kill that polygon at some point in time. Not yet, but soon. And what's happening in Alberta? We're still waiting on these storms west of Red Deer to really get going. Let me look at the timing here. Let me look at the timing. Give me 1 second. I'm just checking a few things in the background. I want to see when Alberta's really going to pop. Okay. So, let's see here. Some data says it's not going to pop until 5. Right now, it's only 2:27 in Alberta. So, some of the data is saying it's not really going to like pick up big time until 5-ish or so in Alberta. So we'll see. So these might just kind of stay weak, and then as they move to the east, they might really pop. It says kind of it's going to pop around here, around Tree Hills and Stettler. Red Deer might actually be okay, depending on where these storms go, but we'll see. We'll see. Ms. Esri says, break time until things get spicy. Ms. Esri's already trying to get rid of me. We haven't streamed in 9 days, and she's already saying, get rid of... Maybe she's telling me to go eat something. Could do that. There's something interesting going on here. We'll see what that storm does. We'll see. So far, it's just gusty winds and torrential rain, but Jeff Wells coming in as a new YouTube member. Thank you so much, Jeff. We appreciate your support. It's very kind of you. Justine says, LOL, we need naps. LOL for later. Liv says, check the VTP for that storm. I will take a look at that right now. Thank you for the heads up on that one. I haven't been watching meso analysis for a bit. Let's see here. Yeah, the VTP is about a 1. It's nothing super duper wild, but yeah, definitely VTP of 1 up there. VTP is pretty weak on this Alston cell, so that's good news. VTP, for those who don't know, it's the violent tornado parameter. But it will update in about a half an hour, I think. Updates about every hour. All right. Yeah, it's decent. Thanks for the heads up, though. Appreciate it. Corey says, what's happening near Ottawa? Well, we're watching a few of these little storms that are over in that area, mainly a flood risk, especially for areas that see storms multiple times. You can see these storms are lifting to the northeast, so Ottawa did have a little storm up there, but it died out, but Ottawa will have more as these move to the northeast. Will they be substantial? It's hard to say. Probably not, unless lots of precipitation maybe hits Ottawa. We could see some isolated flooding potentially, but we'll have to see what happens as they get there. When will Environment Canada start using the polygon system? They were going to use it this spring, but then they rolled it back, and they're aiming for next year. They're aiming for next spring. So they have a lot of testing. They're testing it right now internally, but they have a lot of testing to do. And they've ran into a few issues with the alert ready system, so it wasn't really completely ready. So they wanted to wait on it. At least that's what the lead on that program told me. So, which I would think is a pretty good source, considering he's the one running the whole thing. So yeah, he said it's just they ran into some problems. They didn't want to launch it yet, so they're gonna wait. Flames Dude says, why did they give a severe watch for Alberta, but there's nothing happening in these peak hours? A watch is typically given up to 6 or more hours before severe thunderstorms show up. They're trying to give people a heads up, a decent heads up, and so they can prepare. So watch does not mean warning. It does not mean take shelter. Watch just means there's ingredients in the area, and watch for a warning, basically, is what a watch means. That's the easy way to remember it. Watch for a warning. That's the easy way to remember which one comes first. Watch comes first, warning comes after. Let's see here. I'll take a fax. Yeah. Christine says, sucks when you lose Wi-Fi, no phone, no TV. Yeah, I could see that. That would be brutal. Tiny says you shouldn't be endorsing Value Village. I didn't endorse it. I just said it's a good place to get fax machines. But what's wrong with Value Village? The one in Barrie's all right, I guess. I don't know. I didn't say we were sponsored by them. Just saying. If you want to get a fax machine, is Goodwill around anymore? Or I think didn't they close? I think some of them are around. I'm not sure. I know there's still the Salien or there's still, but I don't know if Goodwill's still around. Is it? I'm just trying to think about places to get fax machines. I'm not endorsing Value Village, but I don't know. I got some good jeans sometimes, I think. Baker says I didn't know Value Village was controversial. I think a lot of printers have fax machines these days. Yeah, I think any printer, I think there's like software that if you have a printer, you can turn it into a fax machine kind of thing. Pretty sure. Lady Esri says, Adam's new fixation this stream is fax machines. Yeah, there's got to be one each in every live stream. There's got to be something. Yeah, the storm moving toward Allison still looking pretty boring, which is good. Torrential rain in there for sure. Could be a little flooding risk with that one. It's going to be gusty winds, and it's going to be, could be really low visibility for driving. But so far it's not too brutal. Where is there a Sally Ann? Haven't seen one in years. Oh, I don't know. The place in the Kozlov Center is good. Oh, so there is still Goodwills. Okay. That's cool. Beta GZ says, will Bowmanville get any rain today? Maybe. You might want to double check our free app. If you're just looking for, the severe thunderstorm warning was dropped on that storm, by the way. On the storm in Ontario heading towards Alliston. The severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. Still a tornado warning over here in Michigan on the storm that is heading towards kind of the Goderich area. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Definitely seen some rotation in there. And that is near Forestville, Michigan, and it's tracking slowly to the east. So that may be heading towards the Goderich, Clinton area at some point in time. So if you're Beata GZ. Yeah, so if you're asking about your area, like Bowmanville, for example, I would download our free app, because then you can just punch in your location and you can see if there's a risk for storms in your area. So let's see, I'll show you what our app looks like. Looks like this. Severe thunderstorm watch. This is for Barrie. You can see the forecast there. Touch on any of those blue bars, and you can see more details. You can scroll up the 15-day forecast. There's 10-day hourly, and there's a minute product that goes out about 6-7 hours. And it's quite useful for finding out if there's going to be precipitation for your area. So yeah, download our free app. Beata says, okay, thank you. You're very welcome. Madison says, I swear I saw rotation in Everett. Please check. I'll check. But based on radar, I'm thinking you're probably just seeing, all storms have some rotation. There is some motion going to be going on in those storms. But when we're talking like rotation, we're talking like strong mesocyclone, like spinning around, potentially towards a wall cloud, potentially towards a funnel cloud, potentially towards a tornado. That's kind of what we're talking about. Yeah, there's little hints of, there's little hints of rotation in these storms. Just a little bit of soft rotation down by Alliston right now, but nothing too substantial. So, and again, Environment Canada has dropped the severe thunderstorm warning on that storm. IW Storm Risk says there's still 10% severe wind risk on it. Still, 1% tornado risk, 1% severe hail risk, but nothing too substantial on that one at the moment. There's a shot from Alliston of that exact storm. You can see right here beside me. And it looks dark. That's it. It looks dark. Still a bit concerned about this tornado-warned storm that is heading over Lake Huron. We'll see what it decides to do as it tracks towards Goderich, Clinton, Mitchell areas, down towards Blue Water, Bayfield. Let's see which way it's going. It's trying to track to the southeast, so I feel like it's going to try to head down towards Bayfield. We'll see. We will see, but we got to keep an eye on that one because that's tornado warned in the U.S., and it's just about to head over Lake Huron. Look at the training storms. You can see like this area is getting a lot of precipitation, and there's just storms just popping up behind it. So with training storms, obviously there's flooding risk when you have that many storms going over the same area for a long periods of time. We do have these storms down here by Windsor, west of Windsor in Michigan. They're heading towards deep southwestern Ontario. I want to keep an eye on them as well. We'll see what they do as they slowly track to the east. Moving in, you can see Environment Canada's forecast here in yellow. Thunderstorm outlook, risk of 70 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 50 millimeters of rainfall. So basically their forecast right now is mainly for the flooding risk. So we're a bit concerned with the flooding risk for sure. In Ontario, it's 4:36, and it will be... Oh, we just got a radar update. So, okay, let's go take a look at Alberta. We're kind of flying back and forth between... Actually, I'll take a look quickly at Eastern Ontario while I'm here. Nothing exciting. Just heavy rain, lightning, gusty winds. Let's go take a look at Alberta. Alberta's going to take a little bit of time. Yeah, it's going to take actually probably, based on what I saw in some of the model data I was reviewing, Alberta might take a few hours to really get these storms to pop. So, and Ontario, the severe thunderstorm warning just ended. So I think we do have the tornado warning west of Huron. So maybe we'll keep the Facebook Ontario feed going just for a little bit longer as we watch that one. Teresa says Goderich has a history of tornadoes. Yeah, it sure does. It had an F3 in 2011. There was one fatality from that. I believe it was a crane operator who was inside the crane when it went down. That's horrifying. Thoughts are with the family and friends of the person who died. There was a EF0 tornado that Dave Patrick nailed in 2015, I believe it was. Chris says, did you know Weather Alerts via fax remains an Instant Weather Pro only feature? We don't have it yet. Probably not doing it, but it's fun to talk about it. Amazing Person 349 said, Buffalo radar estimating locally 50 to 60 millimeters of rain south of Markdale. Real totals may be slightly higher due to the distance from the radar. Thank you, Amazing Person 3409, our good friend. Google user says, is this your app you're using? Yeah, this is called Instant Weather Pro, and you can subscribe to it at instantweatherpro.com. It is a website, so you can just basically use it on pretty much any device. You download Google Chrome, you open it up, and you can use it there. It's great. Miss Esri says, yeah, he was in the crane when the tornado came ashore. Yeah, that was brutal. Val J says, it must take some time. I went onto the link and nada. Yeah, you have to subscribe to it, and then Teresa will send you an email with the instructions. So make sure to check your if you have subscribed, make sure to check your spam folder to see if you got an email from us with instructions. Rylan says, "What is Saskatchewan looking at today?" Well, I can scroll over and show you. If you're in the Saskatoon area, Humboldt area, if you're just east of the Alberta border, it's going to get pretty intense probably. These storms are going to move. They're going to basically develop right here, and they're going to move to the east into the Saskatoon area of Saskatchewan. There's also a risk right along the Manitoba border, but it's a bit questionable. It's kind of a boom or bust forecast. It's either we're going to see storms pop and they're going to be intense, or we're not going to see much. So we'll see. Seems like a boom or bust over there. But yeah, severe thunderstorm watch. You can see all the way from west of Edmonton all the way down just north of Calgary. It actually, the severe thunderstorm watch goes right around the Calgary. It couldn't get any closer. It goes right around the city limits. Doesn't touch Calgary, just on the outside. If you click Calgary, you can only see the thunderstorm outlook. But if you click just east of Calgary, you can see there's a severe thunderstorm watch. And again, on Instant Weather Pro, we actually just re-added the Environment Canada forecast. So day one, night one, day one night, and then day 2 and day 3 is all available now. So you can kind of see what Environment Canada is expecting. Today, Yellowknife and Northwest Territories, funnel, if you click on it, thunderstorm outlook, you can see funnel cloud risk for Yellowknife, of all things. What's going on way up here? Where is this? Is this in Nunavut, I think? Wind warning way up here? Okay, yeah. Nice to be able to see the whole country. We should probably trim down on some of these radar icons as we scroll out. It would be nice if they tapered a bit. If we just click the radar icon button, you can see holy lightning down in the US, down in Mexico and Cuba. Yeah, wow. And then you can see the Environment Canada forecast for today, all the way across for British Columbia, for Alberta, for Saskatchewan, for Manitoba, for Ontario, for Quebec, for New Brunswick, for PEI, for Nova Scotia, for Newfoundland and Labrador, for Northwest Territories, for Yukon, and for Nunavut. So the forecasts are done for the entire country, and we have those now automatically updating on Instant Weather Pro. We did have it last season, but we had to repair it. But now it's good. Are Canadian radars good at estimating radar indicated rainfall? I mean, yeah, they're okay. They're definitely better now that they have dual pole, and they've been updated for sure. Calgary getting hit today? It's hard to say. Maybe, maybe not. You might get missed. Just Canadian, you're funny. And sorry to hear about that. Let's see here. Tried to log in and email not found. Oh. Yeah, you send us an email, help@instantweather.ca. Did you subscribe on our website? Val J? If you subscribed on our website, then you should be able, once you get the instructions, you'll be able to open up the website that is Instant Weather Pro. Oh, that was the top of Quebec. Okay. LM says, just east of the Alberta border here. Hope it doesn't get too terribly crazy. Still haven't recovered since the June 13th storm. Crazy feeling when the storm chasers pull up to your gas station. Yeah, that's always a concern. Jeremy says, I use the lightning maps a lot. Does your Instant Weather Pro use something similar? Yeah, we use the NLD, what is it? NLDN lightning data. And then it's 1 minute, 1 kilometer accumulated, basically. Veb says, do you know why Canadian radars don't publish storm relative velocity? It's not that they don't publish it. It's that it has to be, you have to actually create it. It requires development. We are going to be adding storm relative velocity to Canadian radars. We'll have the first version of it. But you have to develop it. It's not easy. You have to use something other than radar to determine the motion of the storm cells. So you have to take that and then subtract it from the velocity data to get a motionless, it's easier to see rotation typically when something like that happens. So give me just 1 sec. I'll be right back with you. Okay, I am back. Still watching this tornado warned storm in Michigan. See what it does as it slowly tracks to the east. It's taking its sweet time to go anywhere, though. It might be weakening, too. We'll see. Definitely a flood risk on that one because it's not even moving. So there's that. Riley coming in with a super chat. Thank you so much. Do you think Strathroy will get hit later? You might see a storm later. It's hard to say for sure. But with these storms coming in from the west, I would say there's a reasonable chance that you're going to see something. Let me see here. Allison storm still looking pretty soft. 55 kilometer an hour wind gusts, and they're nothing too substantial. And what's going on in Eastern Ontario? Yeah, Eastern Ontario is still looking pretty boring. I'm going to get rid of that polygon. And if we go look at Alberta, it's taking its sweet time to get going, but it's gonna get roaring. Based on the environment we're dealing with there, it's gonna get pretty intense. Yeah. Let's see what's going on with that storm. Only a 1% tornado risk now on that Michigan storm. I have a feeling the National Weather Service is probably going to drop the tornado warning on that one because it looks like it has weakened quite a bit. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to hang on that long. We'll see. Mason Person 349 says, thankfully, though, there is very strong wind shear forecasted tonight across eastern Alberta. Storms look to be higher based with bases over 2 kilometers above the surface. Some inhibition, too, into the evening. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time the bases are incredibly high in Alberta, so hopefully that mitigates, some of the tornadic development, but we'll see. We'll see. Will Canadian radars get echo tops? Yeah, we already have echo tops for Canadian radars, but we'll be adding that to Instant Weather Pro for sure. For sure. All right, I think we've got kind of a period of waiting where things in Ontario have kind of dialed down, other than this one storm here, but it's going to take time for it to come across Lake Huron. I think this is probably the best time, at least for me right now, to go eat and then come back with a live stream when Alberta starts to kick it up a notch. So I think probably what we'll do is probably kill the Facebook Ontario live stream. But if you are on YouTube or Twitch, you can come join the stream again. So I would say, yeah, I'm going to kill the one for Ontario Stormwatch just for now. And if things get booming again, then we'll... if things get really intense again, then we'll go live on Facebook in Ontario. We're not really expecting that, but if things get intense, we will. So bye to everybody on Facebook, on Ontario Storm Watch. Thanks for joining us. If you still want to watch this live stream, head over to YouTube and type Instant Weather into the search icon, and you'll see that we're live. Instant Weather, 2 separate words, and you'll find us on YouTube. So bye Facebook, but come join us on YouTube. We're trying to build up our YouTube channel anyway, so come on over. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We appreciate it. And we'll talk to you all very soon. Okay, so I killed YouTube. Sorry, I killed Facebook for Ontario. I think probably we'll go into the hybrid mode where we play some boring music and kind of just like watch the radar animate while we wait for things to get interesting. And then when Alberta kicks it up a notch, that's when we'll probably come back. And by probably, I mean we're coming back to track Alberta. It should be interesting. So, yeah, I think we'll do that. So I'm going to go into a little bit of a hybrid mode. Daniel says Nobel Peace Prize for murdering Facebook. No, I didn't actually kill it. I meant, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I didn't actually destroy it. But, okay, I'm going to leave this on right now. I hit animate. Okay. Leave this on, hit animate. And we'll keep an eye on those storms. Yep. And we'll go into boring elevator music mode. Yeah, that's right. You're going to put us all to sleep. Turn it off. You don't turn off the live stream, but turn the music down. That's probably a good idea. Yeah. How long do you think? I'm not sure. I'm going to go eat some food. Ryan says you should play classic Weather Network music. It'd be funny to get the OG stuff from the 80s and 90s. It'd be funny to get that, and I don't know, we'd have to license that from them. It'd be funny to do that. Swayze says, been waiting for someone to do this for Canada like Ryan Hall does for the US. to be fair, we started live streaming in Canada in 2015. So I don't think Ryan started live streaming until about 2021-ish or something like that. So yeah, we've been live streaming for the past decade in Canada. So yeah, glad you found us though. So thanks for finally coming over and saying hi. We've been doing it for a long time. Let's see here. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna put on some boring music, and I'm gonna take a little break until things get popping. And we'll see what happens with these storms coming in from Michigan as well too. But yeah, we'll take a little bit of break, and then we'll be back in just a bit. So thanks so much for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Now I just have to find the music. Where is it here? Find some music. Brennan's got some mix. Let's see here. Main mix. Okay, here we go. It's your favorite boring, horrible elevator music song. Sorry. You know what I'm going to do? And I've said this before. I'm going to record a whole bunch of songs with my acoustic guitar, and then we'll just play that on loop when we're taking a break. I think that's a better idea. Or we'll eventually get our own bot that talks about alerts. We'll see. We'll get there. We'll get there in time. Oh, there it is. Everybody's favorite. I'll turn it down so it's not too bad. There. I'll leave it like there. I'd like some chill level. That's better. Okay, we'll be back in just a bit. Bye. Hello. I think we're back. And we're back. Tornado watch, it looks like. Oh, yeah. Tornado watch, eh? Conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms which may produce tornadoes. Strong winds, large hail, and heavy rain are also possible. Severe thunderstorms in the area have a slight risk of producing an isolated tornado early this evening. This is a dangerous and potentially life-threatening situation. Be prepared for severe weather. Take cover immediately if threatening weather approaches. In the event of a tornado, or if a tornado warning is issued for your area, it is recommended you take the following actions. Go indoors to a room on the lowest floor, away from outside walls and windows, such as a basement, bathroom, stairwell, or interior closet. Leave mobile homes, vehicles, tents, trailers, and other temporary or freestanding shelter, and move to a strong building if you can. As a last resort, lie in a low spot and protect your head from flying debris. Lightning kills and injures Canadians every year. Remember, when thunder roars, go indoors. Tornado watches are issued when atmospheric conditions are favorable for the development of thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes. Please continue to monitor alerts and forecasts issued by Environment Canada. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, so tornado watch issued for Alberta, as expected. And we've got this beastly looking cell. Right now, there's not a ton of rotation on it. But let's go look a little higher up in the storm here. A little bit of rotation. There's a little bit. I have a feeling this storm is going to go bananas. It's got a big, long tail on it. This storm's probably going to go gangbusters here. And it's right in the prime zone. As we talked about earlier in the live stream, said kind of between Red Deer and Calgary, just east of there, the storms are going to pop. It's at around 5. It's 5:30. Pretty close. Pretty close. Pretty close. Blue Stream Entertainment says, hi, my name is Keith up in Fairview. Yeah, Keith, I saw your email. I'm pretty sure it was you who sent an email. Someone in Fairview, I think it was Keith, sent an email and said the winds were super strong, taking off shingles, and there was some trees down as well, too. So, and I looked at radar, and it was like, radar was boring, so it must have all just been just system wind, which is like pretty intense. How was dinner? Dinner was delicious. Had pork chops. It was good. What did everybody eat? Let me know. Let me know what you ate.
Adam, you can probably take down that minor rotation polygon that's to the northwest there.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's way past that now, right? Okay, yeah. This is the same storm, though, right? It's basically the same storm.
No, different storm.
Ah, okay. New birth. All right. Ah, yes. Okay. Let's take that down. I'm going to go do that in the background here. 1 second. 1 second. What? It's taking so long. There we go. Rocky Mountain House. Okay. Yes, I need to relog in. I know. Okay. Baked chicken breast, mashed taters, and corn. Kids enjoyed it. Awesome, Melissa. That's great. Fort Mac is wildly windy. Thank you. Appreciate it. Currently having pasta. Nice. Nice. Excellent. Ooh. That sounds like good. That sounds good. I like it. I like it. I like it. All right. My rotation, taking that down. Severe thunderstorm potential near King City, taking that down. The Franktown one, taking it down as well, too. Okay. All right. There we are. And we are live on Alberta Stormwatch on Facebook as well, too. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. And we've got ourselves a tornado watch, folks. So here we go. There's been so many comments lately. Every time I post an Environment Canada forecast map, there's like 95 comments on each post being like, where did you see this? I checked Environment Canada. I don't see these forecast maps. So Environment Canada does not post these forecast maps to their website, likely because they're not translated into French. And eventually they probably will do that. But for now, they just post them to like Twitter or X. And there is a couple of different ways you can see them. One of the ways here is on our app, Instant Weather Pro, which you're looking at right now. In the background, you can actually see the Environment Canada forecast. So you can see the severe thunderstorm watch, which is outlined in kind of the jagged county-based sections. And then you can see their nice smooth forecast, which is this polygon right here. And so if you click on, let's say, an area, let's say Three Hills, right? If you click on that, there's lots of stuff to see. You can also see all of this information is all available for free on our app. So if you have our app and you go to Three Hills and you look at the alert bar at the top, you can see all of these things. So you can see the severe thunderstorm forecast that we created. You can see the fact that we're live streaming right now. You can see the fact there's a heat warning. You can see the fact there's a tornado watch. And you see this thing at the bottom that says thunderstorm outlook. That's actually the Environment Canada forecast. We have all the data for it now, so we're able to put it right inside of Instant Weather Pro. And the question is, does that thunderstorm outlook show up in the app? Maybe, maybe not. If it doesn't, I'd like to add it. Let me go to Three Hills. Three Hills. Okay, it doesn't show up in the app, so we're gonna add that because you should have access to these forecasts automatically. It'd be pretty sweet to just have them automatically in the app. I think it's a great idea. So, Environment Canada Thunderstorm Outlook. I should just rename this. Some people don't know what ECCC means. We'll just rename that to Environment Canada Thunderstorm Outlook. But yeah, the weather threat is moderate. Thunderstorms isolated. Tornado risk, yes. Wind gust risk 120 kilometers an hour. Hail 3 to 5 centimeters. And rainfall risk 30 to 50 millimeters. So 2 inches there. And 2 inches might not sound like a lot, but that can definitely cause isolated flooding, especially in metropolitan areas where there's a lot of concrete. So, anywho, so when you see those maps that we post where like yellow and gray, and we say they're from Environment Canada, they're from Environment Canada. We'll send you a link. We'll let you know. So many people who like don't know our page are like, what is this? We've never seen this before. Who are you guys? And I'm like, we've been doing this for like 12 years. We've been at it for 12 years. The same risk is going to continue to the east and eventually push in towards Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, etc. So we'll have to watch for that. But right now, your tornado watch is basically outlining the north sections of it's not in Calgary proper. Calgary proper has nothing other than a basic thunderstorm outlook that says 70 kilometer an hour winds and 2 centimeter hail possible. But everything else is just northeast of Calgary, north and northeast of Calgary. So Drumheller's in there, Three Hills is in there, all in these. Oh wait, let me just make sure. Yeah, okay, I see. See, the outline is getting added to the heat warning is going on top of the tornado watch. We still need to add hierarchy to that to make it so certain things are on top always. But right now you can see that whole area is the tornado watch right there, and this storm right here is the one we are most concerned with at this point in time, which is this storm near Sterlingville. Thankfully, not seeing a ton of organized rotation on it just yet. But this storm is in the tornado watch. It's in the danger zone here. On Twitter, I'm seeing rotation on the storm near Linden, which is probably this one. Is there a Linden in here? Is Linden in the room with you? Okay, yeah, Linden's right here. Yeah, so there are several storm spotters on this particular storm, which is useful because they'll obviously let us know if things start to get interesting. And they're saying there is rotation developing, so they can visually see the fact that there's rotation developing. And they are near Linden, so they're watching the storm roll in from the west. So again, radar's not really. Tilt 2's got a little bit. Let's see what Tilt 3 is working with here. Tilt 3 has some broad rotation. So I'm still not seeing anything that is really going to make me jump out and post a minor rotation polygon yet. But what I think is probably a good idea is for me to proactively prepare a polygon for this storm. So let's first figure out which way it's going. It's moving southeast. Yeah, it's moving this way, right? So it's heading down towards Acme, Bargrave, Bircham, Granger, Grainger. What is it again? Beisker? Beisker? Beiseker? Beisker? It's heading in that direction, basically. So I'm going to go proactively create a polygon for it right now. Yep. So there's that. Okay, sorry, I'm just in the background doing this right now. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm focusing on Alberta right now. There's beer seeker. Beer seeker, says Wayne. Is that really? Oh, bisecker, says Sammy. So Sammy says bisecker, and Wayne says beer seeker. Beer seeker. That's funny. Okay. Again, I'm proactively creating a polygon around the storm because this is the one. Maybe not the one, but it definitely looks interesting. Heading it down towards bisecker, beer seeker. Okay. I have the polygon ready. Is there a severe thunderstorm warning in that storm? Okay, there is. Good. Just wanted to make sure. Does the severe thunderstorm warning say anything about tornado potential on that storm, or no? Maybe not yet. Probably not yet. Okay, I've got that prepped. All right. I'm going to be back in just a minute. Maybe Brennan or Alana can take over and do some chitty chatty while I'm gone, possibly. If that's okay, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Just 1 second. Okay. I have returned. Thank you for your patience. Let's look at our storm. We're tracking this storm in Alberta. Looks like it's probably producing some big time hail here. Let's see what that highest DBZ level is. 73.5 DBZ. That is probably producing some big time hail. Thankfully, we're not seeing any super organized rotation on it. This storm might just be a monster hail producer. We'll see. It's got a supercell look to it, but it doesn't really have the mesocyclone to support a classic supercell. So another storm has developed down here as well, just in the last few frames, just east of Strathmore. Again, no rotation on it, thankfully, but it's starting to build up, starting to build steam. And we are watching closely to see what this storm does. It's the strongest looking storm right in the middle of a tornado watch. As you can see, the tornado watch highlighted in the red outline here. So we're watching that closely. But yeah, there's a lot of storm spotters on this storm right now, and they're all saying it's looking pretty intense from their side of things. So yeah, as you can see, that report beside me here, looking west from east of Sterlingville at 5:31. That was about 20 minutes ago. And that is from Lara Midia Storm Chasers. Thank you so much for the report. Appreciate it. And if you want to see any more reports or share your reports, you can head over to our Facebook group called Alberta Storm Reports, which has, I think, about 200,000 community members now, which is quite impressive. So yeah, definitely head over there, and you can share your reports. You can see reports from others in the community. It's a great place to, and that's literally where we're pulling reports from right now on the stream. Thank you for that report, Michelle Connolly. Jump in the comments and see what's up here. Smith is just explaining what DBZ is. Yeah, the higher the number, the thicker the feedback from the radar is. So if it's a really low number, you could be dealing with like mist, right? And if it's a really high number, you could be dealing with debris, or you could be dealing with really rock solid chunks of ice, right? If it, yeah, basically the higher the number, the more dense the thing is the radar's hitting. Aaron says, I missed that. What group is that from? It's called Alberta Storm Reports. So we have one for Alberta. We've got one for Saskatchewan Storm Reports. We have Manitoba Storm Reports. We have Ontario Storm Reports. And we have Atlantic Canada Storm Reports as well, too. So we have all those storm reporting groups, which are quite helpful. And huge thank you to all those who participate on those groups. They're pretty incredible. It's, I mean, our groups represent, based on what the Northern Tornadoes Project has told us, our group represents 9 out of every 10 tornado reports in Canada, which is quite a lot. Alexis says, recommendations for a radar app. Well, what I'm using right now is Instant Weather Pro, which we developed. You can check that out at instantweatherpro.com. It's actually a website, which is quite useful. You can swipe back and forth between wind and rain, which is what I do on stream all the time. It's got the fastest loading Canadian radar data, the fastest loading Canadian alerts. Yeah, it's great. You can subscribe to that at instantweatherpro.com. It's like $99 for the year, so it's about $8 something a month. And I think it's I personally think, I mean, I'm biased because we developed it, but I personally think it's the best Canadian radar suite available. In fact, it's the only pro radar suite that is developed by Canadians. Unless there's something private out there that I don't know about, but as far as publicly available pro radar features, I think we're the only one. We actually built it for the Northern Tornadoes Project, as I just mentioned, out of Western University, Dr. Sills and his team. And the idea was that we built it for them, but we're also going to use it for ourselves. And then after we built it for them, we kind of agreed upon being able to release it to anybody. So, yeah. So we didn't just make this some private thing that only we can use. We wanted everybody to be able to use it. Ms. Esri says, how was dinner? It was good. I had pork chops. They were great. Thanks for asking. Let's see here. Okay, let's take a stroll around. I know there's still some storms down here in southern Ontario as well, too. I think the main risk over here was just going to be flooding. There was a tornado warning earlier, and that was interesting, but that quickly weakened. And mainly just a flooding risk with these storms. Looks like there's going to be lots of precipitation going through the GTA, which is always a problem because the concrete jungle there does not like to deal with flooding. So, excuse me. So, yeah, it could be interesting to what we see over there. Thankfully, that tornado warning storm from Michigan weakened. We were watching that closely while we were on our break with the stream. So, a few storms around, severe thunderstorm watch. There's a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm, probably just for the precipitation. Let me read the details here. And that is, 50 millimeters of rainfall. And it says strong wind gusts as well, too. But yeah, that's pretty much just a flooding risk in Ontario. Let's go take a quick peek at Quebec here. Some hail. Nothing too exciting. Eastern Ontario, the little storm. Kind of boring. What's happening out here? Not much out east. And then we have this maybe risk for Manitoba as a maybe. We'll see if storms develop. They could be pretty intense, but we'll see. And as we scroll back, we have, of course, Saskatchewan has a risk and it already has a severe thunderstorm watch all the way up to Saskatoon. And they've got an interesting risk with a risk for large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes possible as well from Environment Canada. You can actually see Environment Canada's forecast now overlaid. We're also I think we're the only Pro Radar app available that actually has the Environment Canada forecast built right into them now, which is cool. Up here, you can see, if you see the dashed lines, that usually means there's a funnel cloud risk. And today, if you look at it, thunderstorm outlook, there is a funnel cloud risk from Environment Canada for Yellowknife in the Northwest Territories. So that's pretty interesting. There's actually one tomorrow as well, too. So if I go into the menu and I go down to thunderstorm forecast and I click on day 2, you can see there's actually a funnel cloud risk for Saskatchewan, Prince Albert, North Battleford as well, too, of course, and Meadow Lake and Lloydminster for tomorrow. And Kindersley, yeah, just barely. Right there, that's Environment Canada's forecast for tomorrow, showing a fairly strong risk as well for Manitoba, and a risk out in Quebec as well too, it looks like. So yeah, nice to be able to see all of that. So you go to day 1, day 2, day 3. I'm going to jump back to day 1, and I like to just leave that now in the background. Leave it at 25%. It's probably good. I could probably dial it down a bit. Let's go to 15. Okay, that's too low. Let's see here. I just want it to be subtle in the background so we can always just take a look at it if we need to. 15 looks good. Yeah, 15's not bad. Okay. And radar sits on top of it anyway, so it's nice to have it back there. Yeah, this is still cranking some pretty high values here. 73 dBz right near Bargrave. I bet you there's going to be some pretty big hail on that one.
Check out velocity too when you get a sec.
Are you talking about this right here near Swalwell? This thing? Is that what you're referring to, Alana? Alana? Where'd you go, Alana?
Hi, sorry. I must have accidentally muted myself again.
Oh, is it the Swalwell thing you're talking about here?
It's probably
It's
noise,
interesting.
but definitely worth watching.
Yeah, it's like, I notice sometimes in the prairies you got these like velocity signatures that are so distant from the reflectivity. I mean, it's still in the reflectivity. You could consider this reflectivity, you know. It's still just distant from the green and the yellow. But it's an interesting little, yeah, let's see what it does on tilt 2. Oh, it's there on tilt 2 as well, and tilt 3. It could be side lobe contamination. I think it might be side lobe. It could be this big hail core that's actually causing this contamination. Yeah, it might be. It might be the case. Because it's just so far. Like if that mesocyclone was right down here near Causeway, I'd be like, okay, we got something going on for sure. I'd be definitely posting rotation on that one. But right now, just because it's up here, just it's near the forward flank and downdraft of this storm, it just seems like a weird spot for it. So it could be side lobe contamination. Morgan is asking about red deer. Let's see what's happening here for red deer. Red deer. I don't think there's much. Some rain. Let's see. Yeah. So far you're getting rain. I think you might be getting mist with the strongest part of this risk here. You're not even in the tornado watch. You're just in a severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah, I think you might be getting missed. You are in the forecast for the strongest risk area, but it looks like it's popping up a little bit to your south. So I think red deer's probably good to go. But I'd still be paying attention, but I'm not seeing anything really popping west of you. It looks like it's all just turning into a big sloppy rain mix over here. All the juicy stuff is down here to the south. So you might be getting missed with the strongest stuff. We'll see. We'll see. Arrow Walker says, how's southwestern Ontario looking? I was just checking out Ontario. It looks pretty boring. It's mainly just a flooding risk. I mean, flooding's not boring, of course, but as far as like damaging winds are concerned or rotation or anything like that, it's all pretty boring. Let's see here. Super windy in Fort Mac. Yeah, everybody says it's been crazy windy up there today. But supposedly it's just system winds because there's not much up there for radar. But you can see the wind just by looking at the animation. You can actually just see how super duper windy it is up there. Yeah, I could see that. We've heard people saying even shingles were damaged and stuff from these storms up here north of Grand Prairie and over towards Fort Mac. Just super, super strong system winds up there. Yeah. Yeah, lots of spotters on these storms here in Alberta. So that will be useful. That will certainly be useful if this storm does decide to produce anything besides hail. Oh, we just got a new radar update. Yeah, that's something. It looks like side low, but it's just like, I don't know. That hail core, though, oh my goodness. Hail core is nasty. I'd be getting prepared to take shelter in front of the storm. So if you're in Granger, obviously if you're in Buoyant, I believe it is, Buoyant. If you're in Entice, Bircham, there's not many towns down here across Highway 9. It doesn't look like. It's like a pretty rural area there. Obviously, there's going to be some farms. But yeah, it's going to be... This is a grumpy-looking storm. Let's go look at the storm to the south as well, too. I wanted to keep an eye on that one. It's kind of looking boring. A little bit of hail. That's good. We'll see what happens here. It's going to be interesting. Thank you so much, Linda. Linda says, thank you for your great reporting. I will check in later when power is restored and I have internet again. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Is that tracking towards Drumheller? Maybe. I would think yes. Like, if you just try to extrapolate here. I would say that storm's heading right towards Drumheller. Yeah, it's going a lot less southeast and going a lot more... Well, it's still going southeast, but it's going a lot more east now, right? If you watch where that's going and you see Drumheller right beside my head, I think Drumheller's going to see that storm for sure. For sure. Any quick question, or any storm spotters in Alberta live streaming? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I haven't seen any links for live streams, but maybe. I know that there's definitely a lot of spotters out there because I see them posting photos, and sometimes they post videos. But I don't know if anybody's live streaming out there. It would be useful if they were. If we had a nice live stream of that one for sure. Lady Esri's talking about someone who was asking about U.S. storms. I did hear about a tornado warning in Washington, D.C. of all places. You don't see that very often. And then she mentioned you could try a place like Ryan Hall, Max Velocity, and don't forget about Everin Freiberger. It was awesome. Thanks so much, Zach. Appreciate it. If your name is Zach, or if you maybe just work for Zach's Auctions and you're just saying live feed rocks. It's all good. Liam on Twitter saying that that storm is like ground scraping, so it's very, very close to the surface, surprisingly, because they're supposed to be elevated, but interesting. Oh, Calgary? Calgary. Right now, Calgary looks fine. There is some action coming in from the west. So Calgary is getting to see a little bit of rain right now and maybe a little bit later. We don't know what these cells are going to do. That cell could strengthen, could see some hail maybe, or it could weaken. It's hard to say. So I don't know yet. I don't know. Spiral Stairs says the cell west of Ottawa has a little hook thing on it. I'll go take a look at it. I saw it earlier. It wasn't that intense, but I'll go take a peek. Let me just take a quick look at that storm. For those who don't know, we cover storms across Canada. And that's what we do. Yeah, it's still, it's kind of boring, but it's got a kind of a little shape to it and a tiny, tiny little bit of velocity. If we go tilt 2, yeah, there's a little bit more on tilt 2. it's worth taking a peek at coming back to. Right now it looks pretty boring, but which way is it going? Kind of nowhere. All right, should be in the same spot when we come back. Decent little storm up by Petawawa as well too. Maybe a little bit of hail in there. Keep an eye on that one too. All right, we'll jump back to Ontario in a bit. We're just keeping a close eye on what's happening over here in Alberta. Got to keep flying all the way across the country. We have a tornado watch in Alberta for areas north and east of Calgary, or northwest and northeast of Calgary. Yeah. And we're looking at this big beastly cell right here, east of Bargrave. The really interesting velocity signature, which makes me think it's excuse me, side lobe contamination, because it's just in a weird spot. Might be side lobe. We'll see. For those who are wondering, side lobe contamination is basically, to give you the long story short, is it's showing us a velocity. It's showing us a wind signature that probably doesn't exist. So it's kind of like we just refer to as, typically we just refer to it as noise. That's an easier way to explain it. But I think the technical term for that is probably side lobe. If you're wondering what side lobe contamination is, oh yeah, it's probably, look at the hail on this thing. Oh my goodness. Granger is getting absolutely smoked right now with hail. I mean, there's some super high values in here. Look at the purple, 72, 73, 66, 70, 69, 71, 73, 71. All of that purple, that is big time hail. That is big time hail, folks. Oh boy. Yeah. This is funny. Duncan says, "Hey Adam, love your reporting. I just ordered a pizza to have while watching, but couldn't pick what kind. Guess I'm indecisive." Nice dad joke. It's pretty good. I like it. The warning mentions ping pong ball size hail. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe bigger. It looks intense. Saskia is asking about Sundry. Sundry's usually in the thick of things at all times, but right now there only looks to be rain west of you. I don't know if any of that's going to really turn into strong storms. All the strong storms are pretty much east of you right now. This one behind that main cell is actually kind of ramping up into something interesting. This one back here near Carstairs. It's kind of in line to be the next interesting storm. We'll see. I mean, like, look at the reds on here. Okay, now check out the purple on this thing. Oh my goodness. That is, if you're in Granger right now, you are getting just smashed by hail. Yeah, Carstairs is probably okay though. I mean, it's like that storm's pretty much east of you. We'll see what happens because there's still storms developing from the west. So we have to just kind of sit and wait and see what happens here. You're welcome. Yeah, Sierra, I agree. For sure. Sierra said, I think the storm between Carstairs and Neapolis might develop further. It was interesting to watch it develop. Yeah, I think it's gonna. I mean, if you... oh, it just got updated to golf ball and tennis ball now. Okay, well, there's that. Let's see. I was going to say. Let's see what that severe thunderstorm warning says. Yeah. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail and heavy rain is possible. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Tennis balls. Look at, I mean, I don't doubt it. Like, let me tilt the radar here and let's just admire this beast of a cell. Oh my goodness. That cell is bananas. Lindsay on her team says rotation is gone, so it likely was side lobe. I think it was, yeah. I think it was side lobe because typically get side lobe when you have when you have a crazy hail core. That's usually when it ends up happening. So let's see. Yeah, it vanished. It's kind of there, but it's pretty much gone. Yeah, it was definitely side lobe. Yeah, that happens. Lady Esri said, I would not recommend playing either sport outside right now. Oh, why? What? Did somebody ask about a sport? Let's see here. Joanne says, don't worry, Alberta, it'll be snowing tomorrow. This is going to produce so much hail, it's going to look like snow. But no, I don't think it's going to be snowing tomorrow, unless it's up in the mountains, maybe. I haven't even looked what the temperatures are going to be. Broad rotation Quebec. Thank you, Hexagon. Appreciate it. What about Medicine Hat? I think Medicine Hat is good right now. Yeah, I think you're okay. Let's see here. In Quebec. Was it this cell? Oh, there's no velocity. Where'd my velocity go? I don't know why velocity's having a hard time. Maybe it's loading a new frame. Come on, velocity. That station's been problematic, actually. Let's see here. Which cell? Can you let me know which cell? Now, all the stations are giving me a hard time. Come on. There we go. Okay, that cell's still boring. Petawawa cell is still pretty boring. Boring's good. We like boring. Yeah, all the stuff in southwestern Ontario looks basically look like heavy rain. Maybe some gusty winds in there. Nothing too spectacular. I'm going to go take a flight back to Alberta here in just a second. Just wanted to take a peek at those storms. Okay. For those who wonder what I'm doing, I'm swiping back and forth between wind and rain. So I'm looking at the structure of the storm, like the rain and the hail here, right? And then I swipe back, I swipe over to look at wind. So I can see if there's any rotation, if there's any damaging wind gusts picked up by radar. Usually in a kind of red versus green, but that red versus green, you want it to be in a very certain spot of the storm. You know, kind of this area here. And when I swipe over, there's nothing in that area. So it's basically just strong gusty winds and bananas hail. Excuse me. Melissa wants to know about Lethbridge. I think Lethbridge is fine. You're just so far south that, that you don't seem to be a concern at this point in time. Not many storms down here at all. Yeah, I think Lethbridge is fine right now. We'll see if anything develops that way in the future, but it's all kind of moving west to east, and it's expected to be in this kind of corridor, kind of east of Calgary, northeast of Calgary, and then over eventually towards Saskatoon in Saskatchewan. Good. A lot of folks asking about Drumheller. Let me go take a peek here. Yeah, Drumheller is in the path of this beastly hail-producing storm. I don't know if the strongest part of it is going to clip Drumheller or if it's going to move just to the south. But this storm is, I mean, it's coming for Drumheller. Like, let's hit pause. I'm going to change. The cool thing about Instant Weather Pro is you can change the camera angle. So let's actually tilt the screen. Let's go right with this storm. Let's find the exact motion of it. Oh, yeah, it's coming for Drumheller for sure. Look. It is shrinking a bit. So Drumheller, you can see Drumheller right here. All the radar stations, let me turn them off because they're annoying. Okay, this is the current storm, and it's going this way. Pretty sure it's heading right towards Drumheller. Let's tilt the camera slightly. Let's see. Yeah, the worst part of it might miss Drumheller to the south, but it looks like this part of it could clip Drumheller on its way there. Yeah, it looks like it. All right, we'll go back up into regular view. What do we got now? 74.5 dBz. Oh, boy. Yeah, if you're on Highway 21 right now or Range Road 240, you're probably I hope people aren't driving right here because their cars are getting smashed by hail. Marnie says, probably know how those drumheller dinosaurs went extinct. Tennis ball hail. Tennis ball size hail. I don't know if it was the hail that took them out. It was a much bigger stone from space, from what I've heard. Let's see here. Folks asking about red deer. Red deer's fine right now. There's some rain coming in from your west, but it's nothing exciting. We'll see if that changes in time. It could change. Well, we're going to wait and see. But right now, the main area of concern is the area outside the tornado watch. You can see outlined in red here. And mainly areas kind of southeast of Three Hills at the moment. There is this one that's starting to kick it up a notch near east of Carstairs. Looks like our side lobe contamination came back in a big way. Yeah, it exploded right there. Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting. Up to tennis ball size hail mentioned in the severe thunderstorm warning. Wowzers.
Reports on the ground say close to a golf ball already.
Yeah, did you say, was it 4.8? 4.8 centimeter hail? Eek. Calgary Tech says space hail, basically. Thanks so much, Calgary Tech. By the way, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. We appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Oliver says, or Olivier, Olivier, Olivier says wind/hail damage to trees and up to 48 millimeter hail along Highway 575 in Granger. And I think that was, that was actually Ben's report. Yeah. So Olivier is talking about Ben Chernesky's report on Twitter. That's exactly his report there. Yeah. Wind, hail damage to trees and almost 5 centimeter hail. Oof. Jerry's asking about Calgary. Calgary's fine right now. We'll see if anything does get stronger there. That storm southwest of Calgary is starting to kick it up a notch here. It's starting to develop. Right now it looks just like some light to moderate rain. That's going to be moving through southern Calgary at the moment. Nothing too exciting. Oh, we got a new radar update. Oh, boy. Yeah, the side lobe is insane on that storm. Look at this. Wow. That's wild. This is why it's nice to have the swiping tool, because if you just saw that velocity signature and you saw this storm and you didn't know exactly how they were positioned, like in this mode, we also have dual mode here, right? But if you're just like looking at this and you're like, okay, let's see if I can zoom them in to try to get them closer. I'd have to back it up, I think. Let's see. There. So if you saw this, just at a glance, you're like, oh, that rotation is right with this storm. It's got to be bad. But that's why the swiping tool tells you that, no, not so fast. That velocity signature is over here, and the storm is over here. So if that signature was right here, touching the main core of the storm, I'd be a lot more concerned. But the fact that it's way over here and we got a big hail core makes me think it's side lobe. So we'll see what happens. That could change in time. It could change, but it's basically noise. Sunny in Rosebud says Jen, and she's like right in the path of the storm, right? I mean, where's Rosebud? It's right here, wasn't it? I just saw it. One sec. Rosebud, come back. Where did Rosebud go? I just saw it. There it is. Rosebud. So it's just Sunny in Rosebud. And I'm sure if you look to the northwest, you're going to see a big old storm on the horizon. I am sure. Jackson asking about Red Deer. Red Deer's fine right now. Calgary's fine right now besides some rain. It's all good. Lots of folks asking about Calgary, asking about Red Deer. Right now, you're fine. Could that change? Maybe. But we're watching. It's all good. We got you. Skies look scary in Cremona. Where's Cremona exactly? Let me double check here. Are you right in the path of this thing? I'm going to search for you. Hold on. Cremona. I have so many locations I got to delete here. There we go. Perfect. Oh, okay, Cremona. Skies look scary in Cremona. No, it's just a little storm above you. It's not too bad. There might be some lightning in there, but no, your storm is not really a concern based on radar. You look fine. All good. All good. Melia said she posted a video of her view from Standard. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm sure we'll see that come up on the screen. Brennan, you might want to update the banner to say something like golf ball, golf ball hail risk. Trying to watch a shoot and golf ball hail risk, maybe, or something. I want to add the golf ball in there. Carbon's about to get. I'm sure Carbon's already in it. Actually, Carbon Alberta is getting hammered by the hail right now. Sharples is about to get hammered. Steven says, is this feed on YouTube? Yeah, we're on YouTube for sure. Come on over to YouTube. Just come say hi. Go over to YouTube and search for Instant Weather. 2 separate words, Instant Weather. You'll find us on there. There you go. Watch us on YouTube. You can go to instantweather.ca/live, and then it will take you right to it. Will the hail make it to Drumheller? I think so. It looks possible, unless it decides to randomly weaken. But if it doesn't weaken, I mean, yeah, it's possible Drumheller's going to get some hail. That was a proactive. They proactively took that severe thunderstorm warning down. Like on radar, the storm's still there. Oh no, it's east of it. Never mind, my bad. As soon as that storm they deleted that severe thunderstorm warning. That's pretty proactive. I like it. Everybody asking about Didsbury. Cassidy says Didsbury, man. What about Didsbury, man? Let's see here. Let me take a look at Didsbury. I don't remember anything too intense there. Didsbury, Alberta. Yeah, you're fine right now. You good? No biggie at the moment. We'll see what these storms do to your coming in from your west, but right now you're good. Didsbury's good. Gangbusters hail over there. Yeah, for sure. Hyper Blitz, absolutely. Amber's asking about Airdrie. Airdrie's fine right now. You're good. Is Red Deer in the path, says Linda. Not at the moment. You're way up here. And there's just a bunch of rain to your west. The main risk is down here in the tornado watch area right now. And here and now that I've answered a bunch of questions, here they come. Watch this. Okay. First off, Falco says lots of funnel clouds around us. When I hear somebody say there's a lot of funnel clouds, it makes me think there's a bunch of scud. So probably not funnel clouds. And I'm looking at Airdrie radar right now. There's 0 chance of a funnel cloud around you right now. So probably just scud. If it's just wispy stuff hanging down from clouds, it's probably just scud. So it's probably not a big deal. I like this. It's Danny said just started getting windy in Airdrie, so we got a report from her. I appreciate that. And then here we go. Hannah, Rumsey, Hannah. Let's keep scrolling. Rockyford, Olds, Cochrane, Airdrie's fine now. Thank you, appreciate it. As soon as I start answering questions about specific locations, every other comment from there on in is, what about my town? What about my town? It's okay. I'm okay with it.
By the way, there's a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued in eastern Ontario.
Oh, for that storm we were watching? Oh, yeah, it was that storm. Yeah, let's go take a peek at that.
Maybe for flooding, it's my guess.
Probably. It's a decent looking little storm. It's got some decent little velocity here.
Oh, and fits your zoom.
Ah, true. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah. Probably for flooding. Let's see what it says. Severe thunderstorm warning. Hazards. Torrential rain with local rainfall amounts of 50 to 75 millimeters. Yeah, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning for flooding. Which we desperately need a flash flood warning in Canada. We don't have one. So they get kind of like clumped in with, there is rainfall warnings, but those are usually kind of a larger situation. But
it seemed like Environment Canada was issuing rainfall warnings more often for these type of situations. Maybe it depends on the forecaster.
That's right, yeah.
They were earlier this spring. They were issuing a lot of rainfall warnings instead of severe thunderstorm warnings.
It's probably Brad. If Brad was here, he'd be doing rainfall warning on that one probably. But severe thunderstorm warning, it's maybe more of the kind of some of the more seasoned meteorologists there that are used to using severe thunderstorm warnings for flooding. That could be the case. So anyways, long story short is read the details of the severe thunderstorm warning, because it can vary from flooding to, a tornado risk, all of the above. So you always want to read the details of the severe thunderstorm warning. Just going through comments here. Falco, you're fine. You're fine. Low clouds don't mean bad things typically. It's if there was something significant on radar for airdrie, there's literally some rain. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You're good. If you see an actual legit funnel and it's spinning and there's debris flying, it's a different situation. But Alvin says, "Hi, do you do local weather for Winnipeg?" We certainly do. I'm watching your live feed on YouTube. Can you let me know? Yeah, no, we cover Manitoba for sure. We may be covering Manitoba later tonight, depending on if storms pop. Speaking of which, there's a little. Oh no, there's not. No, there's not. This is noise. This is second trip echoes. So this is actually looking at the storms to the south. Storms to the south are so strong that this radar is picking them up and creating a second trip echo, which is actually triggering the algorithm, which is crazy. Triggering the algorithm for IW storm risk. That's how strong that second trip echo is. That's wild. What's going on here? You can see some boundaries moving around. Okay. They might pop up a storm. We'll see. Boundaries moving around northwest of Brandon, Manitoba at the moment. So yeah, we may cover Manitoba later, depending on if storms really do pop. A lot of models were saying they weren't going to. Some models said maybe. But most models said that we weren't going to see storm development here. So this is kind of a big question mark. If a big storm does pop in this area, though, the ingredients are intense right now. Tomorrow looks potentially strong for Winnipeg as well, so we'll see. But yeah, we definitely cover Winnipeg, so thank you for following. Appreciate it. Doctor, we just took a look at that cell south of Ottawa. It's just a rainfall risk at this point, so there could be some isolated flooding in there. Not that that's anything to ignore, but nothing as far as strong winds are concerned. Yeah, maybe some gusty winds in there. Maybe a little bit of hail, but nothing too substantial from what we can tell. Yeah, the ingredients tomorrow. Tracy was saying it's damn hot here in Winnipeg, so a big storm wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, the ingredients for tomorrow are insane. What is happening here? This is unbelievable side lobe. 74.5 dBz. I always go to say Z because I was raised on Sesame Street. I was raised on American Sesame Street, so, and I would always argue with teachers because I was like, Z rhymes with everything else in the alphabet. Z does not. I would be like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
I'm starting to wonder if it might not be side lobe, but it's outflow from the front, because these are the kind of storms that we were expecting could have some damaging wind gusts on them.
That's a good point. Yeah, if this is actually legit, I know it's like, it is still touching. Dr. Sills always says it's still touching precipitation. Oh my goodness, that was an update. Oh, okay. Now things are changing. Now it's got a huge RFD, a huge rear flanking downdraft, which is kind of trying to turn into a hook here. and that velocity is getting a lot more tight and close by. I mean, if this was right in the hook echo and we had 121 on one side and 111 on the other side, so 232 kilometer an hour VROT right there. If that was right, I mean, it's not far. If that was right here, I'd be losing it right now. But that's still an intense wind signature. If any of that is reaching the surface, there it is on tilt 2, showing huge values, 150 kilometers an hour on tilt 2. On tilt 3, yeah, Lana, that's a good point. Maybe this is just giant outflow out front of the storm.
I'm gonna pull up the CSSL mesoscale or mesonet.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. There. Yeah, the weird thing with that, like, remember the other night, not the other night, but remember that crazy storm that, like, produced a downburst through Mattawa and everything, too? I was looking at weather stations. I couldn't find one with a strong wind gust. And I was just like, radar is crazy. Everything's looking insane, but I couldn't find a single radar station that had, a single weather station that had anything above 50 kilometers an hour. And that thing went through with EF1 downburst that just destroyed a ton of trees. I mean, like, wow. I don't know. Anyways, so sometimes it's good to look at that, but sometimes radar tells you the story, you know? I don't like the look of this. This looks like potentially very strong damaging winds. If those are actually legit and any of them are reaching the surface, that is horrifyingly strong. That is really strong. I don't like the look of it. Let's see if there's actually a debris signature there. Hold on. Let's go to correlation coefficient and see. Now, see, there's no signature there. There's not even a drop. It's like literally nothing. So hopefully that's not reaching the surface. I really hope not. I hope that's still side lobe contamination. Please be side lobe, because that is bananas. But the fact that this storm just kind of shifted into supercell mode here is a bit concerning. Olivia says there's an outflow boundary forming on all tilts. Yeah, for sure. You can see it right here. Coming down off that storm. Yeah. Right in the boundary. And then again, there was an interesting boundary over here north of Brandon. You can really see it. North of Brandon. I'm trying to work on my accent. Brandon, Manitoba, eh? Let's see here. Feel free to laugh at me for being a moron. Let's see here. Yeah, you can really see that boundary right here. Yeah, eh? No ticker for a rip, bud. Let's see here. Alvin says, I have Instant Weather app on my phone. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. By the way, download a free app. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. Wow. Kyle? How does Kyle Britton get the craziest photos? Oh, my goodness. I'm gonna message him and be like, can we show that? That is bananas. I'm going to message him right now. He's probably busy, but I got to message him. That is ridiculous. Oh my God. Look at Twitter right now on Kyle's page. He says, now that's a shelf cloud. You think?
Yeah, that's nuts.
How did he get that photo? He gets the best photos of all time. I'm telling you. Literally the best photos of all time. He might be the GOAT. It's hard to say for sure, but he's just brilliant. Oh my goodness. Damien says, should I try to go chase that storm off by Drumheller? No. If you don't storm chase, don't just go out and start storm chasing in a tornado watch. Like, you need to start small. Do not start. You're like going, it's like trying to race in the Olympics. You're like, I think I'm pretty fast at running. I'm going to try the Olympics first. No, don't. Please don't. Let's see the photos. I have to get permission first. I'm not just going to share his photo without permission. So, yeah. I'm going to message him right now. Hold on one second. I got to message him and be like, can we share this photo? This is bananas. He's probably pretty busy, but I'll see. Probably pretty busy. All right, I found him here. If you want to look at his Twitter, it's at bad Bad Weather Kyle. All right, I messaged him. We'll see. He's probably a little busy, but we'll see. Tanika says Kyle's photo is insane. I know. How does he get that? It's like he got the side of the shelf cloud, and he got like a hill in front of it, and it just. I hope he'll let us show it, but if not, it's all good. Just go to Twitter and type. I know he's the best at taking photos. He's the best. Go to Twitter and look for at Bad Weather Kyle. Give him a follow as well too. Kyle's awesome. This storm though, west of Drumheller, I don't likey. There's so many chasers on it. Connor Mockett is out west, by the way. He's in Munson, Alberta. So I guess he's on that storm. Yeah, he's right here. He's north of that storm. So there's so many spotters on that storm. Everybody's on that storm right now. So every spotter in Alberta is on that storm. So we're going to... Olivia says, take a look at the differential reflectivity on that storm. Can do. One second here. Dang. Not the most useful product, but it certainly looks interesting. Yeah, there's so many spotters on that storm right now that if this thing drops a funnel, there's going to be like 12 people that know what's happening. So that makes me, makes me pretty happy. Happy to know that there's so many great spotters out there. It's a dangerous thing that they're doing. You're risking your life. More so from just driving around, being distracted, looking at storms. I mean, distracted driving, dangerous stuff. But I think the most successful spotters are the ones that have a driver who actually doesn't even know that much about weather. They're just literally, I'm just here. I'm a good driver. All I'm going to do, I'm not going to look at my phone. I'm not going to look at the clouds. I'm just going to look at the road. If you have somebody who can just look at the road while let's say you're the forecaster or whatever, you're in the passenger seat, you're looking at radar, you're staring up at the clouds, you're like, giving directions, go left here, go right here kind of thing. Yeah, if you can have someone who just literally looks at the road, you'll be way more safe for sure. But if you're trying to do it all by yourself, and I've been there before, and I stopped doing that. Because if you're there's one point in time where I'm like live streaming while I'm driving by myself, trying to pull over, look at radar really quick, like just so easy to be distracted in those situations. So it's when people say, someone says, I can't storm chase till my kids are all grown up. I mean, yeah, I had a kid, and I was like, you know what? I'd rather not die. So maybe I'll just live stream at home and track the weather, and that's, here we are. Cheryl says, focus on the road, nothing but the road. Exactly. Yeah, this storm looks bananas. The winds here, Drumheller is about to be in it for sure. Now, I don't know if Drumheller is going to get the strongest intensity of the hail core here. Maybe, maybe not. But Drumheller, Alberta is about to get a part of that storm. Let us know what you experience, because that's what's going to be pretty nasty. Some of these winds to the southeast, if they are legit and they're not side lobe contamination, Rosedale, Cambria, the A41 here, Beynon, 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 Dallam. These areas need to be taking shelter with that storm because it's going to be strong. Drumheller as well, but the strongest wind signatures are to the southwest of Drumheller. Where everybody keeps talking about cereal. You're making me hungry here. Hold on a second. Cereal, Alberta. I see where you are. Yeah, the storm we're talking about is quite a ways west of you. They're moving in that direction, but they're a long ways out. A long, long ways out. My roof's flapping already. Where are you located? Joshua says, isn't that yellow line highlight you are talking about? I'm referring to that sort of opaque looking highlight that fills the area. Oh, that? Yeah, actually, that's the Environment Canada forecast. We finally fixed that. We had it last season, and there was some glitch in it, so we finally prioritized that with our dev team and said, can you fix this, please? Because it'd be really nice to have the Environment Canada forecast. So on Instant Weather Pro, 1 second here, let me switch my camera view, and I'll remember to go back. If you go into the menu and you click where it says thunderstorm forecast, you'll have off day 1, night 1, day 2, day 3. And so you can check the Environment Canada forecast, and then you have the opacity. So you can make it like, really, really, really bright, or you can, I brought it down to like 15%, just so it's kind of like in the background, but not too distracting. Okay, I can't get it to 15 again. There we go, 15. Okay. Yeah, so I just leave in the Environment Canada forecast in the background. And then when you click on the map now, you'll be able to see the details. So if you click on, let's say, where Drumheller is, there's a lot going on here. You've got a heat warning, you got severe thunderstorm warning, you got a tornado watch, and then at the very bottom you see thunderstorm outlook. If you click on that, you can see the Environment Canada forecast deals. Moderate, storms would be isolated, tornado risk, yes, wind gusts, 120 kilometers an hour, hail risk 3 to 5 centimeters, rainfall risk 30 to 50 millimeters. So you can see all of those details now. And this is day 1, so you can actually see from day 1 all the way to day 3, you can see if there's any forecasts across the country. So you can see up here in Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, there's actually a funnel cloud risk way up there, which is pretty wild. And you can see there's a risk here in Manitoba. You can click on all the different areas. There's a risk mainly for flooding in southwestern Ontario. While we're over here, I'm just going to take a peek at these storms just to see what's going on. There is a severe thunderstorm warning southwest of Ottawa. But that storm, the only details in that storm was that there was a risk for flooding. So nothing too substantial besides the flooding risk, from what we can tell. Looks about right. Good. Let's see here. Some decent storms up here in Quebec as well. Yep. And that one as well up here. Oopsie. Come back. Okay. That's pretty much it. So we're going to fly all the way back now to Alberta. And you can see in the red outline here, that is the tornado watch. It actually goes up here. We should prioritize that red above the pink, but it's okay. We'll get to that. And here is the Drumheller storm. Oh, boy.
Fit through Zoom, madam.
I wasn't done yet, but I was going to. But thank you. I probably would have forgot. Thank you, Brennan. Brennan's entire task on the live stream is to occasionally chime in and tell me to fix my Zoom on Instant Weather Pro. We zoom in just so the city names are a lot larger. So hopefully it makes it easier for you to see. Joshua says, okay, cool, thanks. No problem. Melanie says, Airdrie's been in a tornado watch for a few hours, but we're fine here. Yeah, the tornado watch just means there's a risk in the area, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get hit. It's not a tornado warning. It's just a tornado watch. Even a tornado warning doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get hit. But yeah, the tornado watch is just like the general area where there's a risk. Everyone's so disappointed when their area doesn't have exactly what the warning says. You should be I would be happy. If you're in a tornado watch and you got blue skies and nothing happens, that's a good day. That's a good day for me. If you're in a tornado watch and it turns into a tornado warning and your roof gets ripped off, not a good day. So I'd be happy when that is not the correct forecast for you. Joshua says, Instant Weather Pro is awesome. Thank you so much, Joshua. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's a happy day. Happy day when it misses you, for sure. Lady Esri says, Brendan keeps the hive mind on track. I don't like the look of this. It's got to be windy in Drumheller. Let us know. Is it windy in Drumheller or what? I like the use of words here. I'm pretty happy when it doesn't tornado. Yeah. Oh, trying to clean up boarded property, and my roof's half ripped off from last summer. Oh my goodness.
I've
Look at
got
that video.
a message in the Alberta Stormwatch inbox saying just started small pea-sized hail in Drumheller.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Look at that video west of Acme. Look at that. That shelf is bananas. Look at it. Amazing Person 3409 earlier was talking about how these storms should actually be very elevated, but that doesn't look elevated at all. That looks like it's ground hugging. That is a ground hugging shelf. If you look right here, that is a ground hugging shelf. Thank you, Nancy Conan, for posting that video. That looks, I would not want to be in that path. That looks intense. That is a ground hugging shelf cloud. Yes. Good. Good. I want to go check to see if Kyle. Oh, Kyle said we can share the shelf. Kyle rocks. Okay, we're gonna share that shelf on. All right, let's go. Okay, we got to share that. I'm going to find it. Where is it? Kyle, I'm finding your photo. I'm going to find it right now. Okay, this is the one I was talking about. Okay, let's see if this works. Twitter report. There it is. Look at this photo. This photo is crazy. So now that's what you call a shelf west of Drumheller at 6:30 p.m. I know he's got like a hill in the way, but I mean, you want to talk about a ground hugging shelf cloud? That is bananas. Kyle rocks, by the way. Go give him a follow again at Bad Weather Kyle on if you're on X. If you're still on X, let's see here. I'll bring that down one. Yeah, that is. And the colors he's got in there, too. How does he get these photos? I'm telling you, I think he's got to be one of the best storm photographers in the world. He's just... Should have seen his stuff from the wildfires and stuff, and his photos from... I think he was on the EF4 tornado as well, was bananas. And his photos from some of the landspout tornadoes that he's got have just been unbelievable. But yeah. Thanks, Kyle Britton, for letting us share that. That is... wow. That is wow. My goodness. That's at Bad Weather Kyle on X. Give him a follow. I think he's on Facebook too. If you look up Kyle Brittain, Brittain, Kyle Brittain, Brittain, one of those two. All right, jumping back to Instant Weather Pro, and let's keep watching the storm. Oh, we got an update. Okay, it's right into Rosedale at the moment. Interesting structure, really interesting. Got this kind of a hooky thing hanging down, but it's almost separate from the storm. It's really strange. But yeah, that's a nasty storm. It should be pretty interesting in Drumheller. Carla says, farmers are asking, will the storm head to Hannah with hail likely? It's a good question. No. Hannah's good. It's going to miss Hannah to the south. You're going to get some rain, but I'm sure you're okay with that. Mm-hmm. Olivier, am I pronouncing your name right? Is it Olivier? You think it's following the terrain? Storms kind of go where they want to go. They don't, I mean, there can be coincidences where they always kind of follow the same path, but yeah. I mean, the terrain only affects things so much. Typically very minimally. If there's like a violent tornado, it's going to go where it wants to go, you know? It doesn't really care whether it's water or a hill or a valley. All that stuff is kind of an old wives' tale. Let's see here. You'll see, he says. Oh, we'll see. I mean, it's, it can happen. I'm not saying it can't happen, but that's still typically anecdotal evidence. Yeah, it looked like a decent hook echo, Danny. It never really wrapped up, but it was kind of like this big, long, hanging, rear flanking down draft. Danny Ham is asking, did anyone see a funnel cloud? No, there's a ton of spotters on it, and I don't think there was any funnels reported. Again, huge thank you to Kyle for letting us share that. That was cool. Okay. Look at these photos. Oh my goodness. The photos coming into Alberta storm reports are pretty impressive here. Still this storm over here, north of Irricana, in the Acme area. Not really doing much, but it's got a little bit of hail in there maybe. The Drumheller storm is the one at the moment. It's the interesting one for sure. And we wait, and we watch those storms. Is that the second trip echo in Manitoba is still being picked up? Thankfully, the percentages are low, but it's so funny it's being picked up by IW stormers
for hours. I had to keep changing radar because I'm like, oh, is it happening? Is it happening? No, it's not happening.
You know what's some nasty storms down here? Let's take a look at this storm. Storm's got to be, oh my goodness. And IW Stormers has gone black on it. It's 87% total severe risk. That is a nasty storm in North Dakota at the moment. That storm is so strong that this radar is picking it up and making it look like there's a storm here that doesn't exist. It's called second trip echo if you want to Google that. It's a pretty interesting phenomenon with radars. You can usually tell it really easy because it's got those dashed lines. In fact, because it always has those dashed lines, it's got to be possible to get rid of it. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be an algorithm that says, does it have this dashed line kind of format, right? Get rid of it. There's got to be a way to do that.
Do you have noise cancellation turned on?
Oh, you mean we already have that tool? Let me see. I don't know if it's going to get rid of it entirely. No. It just got rid of kind of like this stuff, but it doesn't really get rid of the second trip echoes. Okay, which is interesting. Yeah. You think it would, but no, it doesn't really get rid of the second trip echoes, which is strange. But there's got to be a way. I'm telling you, there's got to be like a machine learning algorithm. Like we just feed it a ton of second trip echoes and we say identify a second trip echo and then get rid of it. And there's got to be a way to do that. To be careful with it. We could just add it to the noise canceling though. We'll get there in time. Excuse me. Excuse me. Drumheller, what's up? What's up with you? Let's see here. If line equals dash, then delete. Yeah, it's a simple algorithm. Tornado, I am your father.
Did you see his profile picture?
Yeah, I did. That was amazing.
Vader.
Oh no, it's Darth Vader in a tornado. That's great. Trench of Stolen Hearts says, I don't know why radar says it's clear where I am. The cloud above me is dark. Radar is just talking about, is there precipitation on the ground? Just because a cloud is dark doesn't necessarily mean there's precipitation on the ground. Could be precipitation up there. And as we all know, like even on days where it says it's not going to rain, you can have a storm go by, it's kind of dark, and then you get a couple sprinkles, and then it moves on. So that does happen. The wind from Drumheller is beating me up. That's not great. Pea-size hail at the Hoodoos at Drumheller. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Melanie says tornado near Beisker. I don't think so. Hope not. There's nothing strong on velocity unless there's like a non-sup there. I don't think so. Not from what I can tell. Not a supercell tornado, at least. Wow. I hope these winds are fake, because 120 kilometers an hour is not great. Hope they're elevated. That's what I'm saying. Not obviously. There's a signature there somewhere. Just hopefully it's elevated, or it's a second trip echo from the hail. Shelby says all done in Ontario for tonight. Not necessarily. There's still a little bit of a flooding risk. There's still severe thunderstorm warning in Ontario, west of Ottawa at the moment. The only risk that Environment Canada is mentioning, though, is a flooding risk, because that storm is barely moving. I mean, look at this. That's an hour of animation, and it has been here.
There's a warning in Kitchener, too, I believe, for flooding.
Okay. This storm is not even moving. Look at this. This is an hour. So if you're near Wilson and Ompa, Ontario, that thing is just sitting still. Same with the one that's about to go over Petawawa as well, too.
Oh, no, not Squirrel Depot.
Squirrel Depot. Let's see.
Yeah, it was right there.
Was it? Squirrel Depot. They're going to be swimming. Squirrels can swim, right?
I don't know. I've seen them do jet skis.
True. We've all seen that.
I think they do that at West Edmonton Mall sometimes.
Jet skis, squirrels. That's an impressive thing. Okay. Oh, yeah. Severe thunderstorm warning for Kitchener. That's right. And just for flooding, right? Yeah. 50 to 75 millimeters of rainfall. The storm is only moving at 30 kilometers an hour. And it's actually kind of accumulating here, too. It's kind of building. So, yeah, it could be a flooding risk here for Kitchener, which is not great. So you got all that concrete, right? Not a lot of places for the water to go. So if this storm sits on top of Kitchener for a while, it could be a problem. Right now, it's currently on top of Elmira, heading towards St. Jacobs, and Waterloo and Kitchener here. That could be a problem. Lots of rain heading towards Chatham-Kent at the moment. That storm's moving a little bit faster, so that's the faster it's moving, the less of a flooding risk typically. All right, we'll go back and take a peek at that soon. Hopefully Kitchener doesn't get too intensive flooding with that storm. And we still have this hail producer over here in Drumheller. We did get reports of pea size. How Alberta looking, says Chloe. It's looking interesting right now. We're watching this storm near Drumheller. It was very impressive earlier. And we're kind of just waiting to see what the development is like with these storms. We'll watch for a few more frames, see what it does. Let's see here. Dottie says, there's actually a town called Squirrel Depot. I thought you were all joking. No, we found it a long time ago, and we talk about it all the time. We love Squirrel Depot. Shelby says, we ever find out why they named it that? I think it's just supposedly a hiking trail. I don't even think there's a town there or anything. It's just a hiking trail area called Squirrel Depot. I don't know who named it, but they're my hero. Look at these shots from Adam Harpel. Wow. Wow. Let's see here. Oh, okay, Brendan. That's all good. Yeah, the second cell is interesting too. We'll see what it does southeast of Acme. I can't stop yawning. I need to stop. I'm probably making all of you yawn. And that's not very nice. Okay. Well, we've got a lot of waiting around to do. Let's see here. Greg says, Adam, I've got a question for you. How accurate is the term going green as a tornado indicator? Twister movie, or is it just hogwash? Good question, Greg. When you see a storm go green, there's usually one of three things. One is, I think the main thing, at least in my experience, has been hail. And you see a green core on a storm, typically that means the light is being changed through the hail core. Sometimes it could mean really heavy rain, but usually it's hail. And then if you've got a lot of hail, then you've got a strong updraft, and you need a strong rotating updraft to be able to get a tornado. So that's typically why, if you have basically if you got a green core in a storm, then you just got a big floating ball of ice there in the sky that's changing the way the light is coming through, and it's coming through green. So if you have a big hail core in a storm, and you have a big rotating updraft, then you do have also the potential for a tornado. So typically, if it's green, you're talking about hail. But in some cases, not usually, but in some cases, you can have a green core of a storm, and you can also have a tornado being produced. There's some videos where there's a tornado going through, and the sky is just putrid green all around it. So it's not always the case, but it definitely is possible. That's why it's gotten the reputation. Everybody stretch. It's time to stretch, shall we? Shelby says, if it's green, it's mean. Yeah, you got that right. Are we stretching, everybody? If you're watching this live stream and you're looking down at your phone and ruining your neck, like lift your head up, turn your phone to the side so it's easier to see. Keep it up high. Even better, we're on YouTube, so you can just put us on your TV. So many people send us photos now where they say, you're on my TV. Is put the YouTube of the live stream on the TV, and then you can just have your phone to check radar, to message friends and family, to doom scroll, whatever you're into. You can do all of that on your phone, separate from the actual live stream. So that's usually helpful. Melanie says, does Alberta get more landspouts or tornadoes? Landspouts are tornadoes, but you mean landspouts or supercell tornadoes. It depends on the season. Some seasons it's like a boatload of landspouts, and some seasons every tornado that happens is a supercell. So there's usually a few landspout tornadoes each season. But I think the majority are usually supercell. But there's definitely, and so there's been some cases where it was like landspout. So it happens. Landspouts are a lot trickier too. You can't really see them on radar. You can see there's a storm there, but you don't typically see a really strong area of rotation. Landspouts are not associated with a supercell thunderstorm. It has to be, some sort of a cumulus cloud above that is connecting to an eddy at the surface. So an eddy at the surface kind of connecting. It's almost like a dust devil on steroids, really. It's this rotation at the surface that's being lifted up, and it's being connected, so it's getting sucked up by the storm above. It has a kind of a weak updraft, and that will suck that funnel up. And then it connects to the storm, and that's when you have a landspout tornado. And some of them can get pretty impressive. Some of the ones Kyle has taken photos of, pretty impressive stuff for sure. Miss Esri says, you can also put Twitch on your TV. True. You can come check us out at Twitch. If you like the Twitch world, you can come over to the Twitchverse. I know that's not a thing, but you can come over to Twitch, and we're live streaming on Twitch as well too. Duck Hat Gaming says, I'm new to reading radar, and I was wondering what this feature called correlation coefficient is. So basically so when you have dual pole radar, you have one scan going up and down, and you have one scan going left and right. And when they both look at a raindrop, for example, if it's a raindrop, if going up and down, it looks exactly the same as it does going left and right, then it says the correlation is high, which means it is what it is. So if it's rain, it probably 100% a raindrop, right? Now, when you have debris from a tornado, so a tornado like rips off a roof and throws a piece of metal up into the sky, the wave hits it one way and it looks completely different from the wave hitting it the other way. Then the correlation is low. And in that case, when the correlation is low, and if that happens to be exactly where there's really strong rotation and there happens to be a big hook echo of a storm, then that's the situation where you're looking at probably a debris signature. So it's quite a bit different. Give me just 1 second. I will be right back with you.
I'm going to actually tag on to what Adam was saying there. So it's kind of a measure of how spherical or how perfectly round a shape is that is being scanned by the radar. So a raindrop, and in a lot of cases as well, hailstones, they will be more perfectly spherical. So when the radar is measuring it from up and down and then left to right, side to side, it's looking like a perfect sphere. But if you're dealing with debris, you're going to have it longer in one direction than in the other, so it throws off how the sphericity of it, and that's when it has a lower value, because I believe it's usually you're in the 90s, 0.9 for rain, but then the drops, so what we call a CC drop, is indicative of debris.
Okay, I am back. I see we've got some fancy music happening. I'll turn that down here. There we go. Fancy. Where's my camera view? There we go. Hello. What I missed? Anything? Alana, you were chiming in about correlation coefficient, I think?
Yeah, I was just kind of adding on to what you said. Also, I'm seeing a report on Twitter of very large hail just outside of Drumheller. So it's kind of saying that perhaps the town itself might have dodged a bullet being located more in a valley.
Yeah, that would be potentially the case. Is that Riley Haas who said it? He said baseball-sized hail with the supercell entering Drumheller Valley. There goes the windshield again. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nasty video. That doesn't look like fun. There's an interesting velocity signature over here north of Rocky Ford. Looks again like side lobe, but I don't know. It's hard to... It kind of has that same vibe again. It has the same kind of like side lobe. Yeah, it looks... Again, it's on the forward flanking downdraft here. But this one's got more of a hook. So we'll see what this does over time here. This is kind of becoming the more interesting storm right now. The Drumheller one obviously had some big time hail and probably some pretty strong winds in there, but it's kind of blobbing out into a big blob. Whereas this one kind of has more. It might have the juice over here. We'll see. Get an interesting view to it. It would be heading down towards Rosebud. I know we had folks in Rosebud that were asking there about these storms earlier. Let's go scroll down here. Looks like that rain that went through Calgary kind of tapered off a bit. And Red Deer looks boring in a good way. A little bit of rain. Nothing too exciting. Yeah, nothing. If you're asking about areas around Alberta that aren't basically northeast of Calgary right now towards the Drumheller area, nothing else here looks interesting other than maybe this outflow boundary here. I'm going to go take a peek around the province. Or sorry, the country, not just the province. Drink some water, folks. Water's good. Water's my favorite. Oh, every time I drop this water bottle, it gets a dent in it, and then it never sits still. It never sits nicely on a table anymore. Anybody else have that problem? You drop like a metal water bottle, and then it just never sits nicely anymore. It's just always wobbly. It's frustrating. Little baby storm down here in Saskatchewan. Near Grassy Creek, doing a whole lot of nothing. Let's see here. That second trip echo is still happening, but thankfully IW Storm Risk is not picking up on it at this point. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see what happens with Manitoba. Manitoba might still be a bust. Might still be. I'm gonna go take a peek here at some data in the background. Let's take a little peek. See what's happening. Still concerned about some flooding in Kitchener potentially. I don't know. Manitoba looks like a bust. Looking like a bust. We'll see. We'll see. Models might be right in this case. What's happening over here? West of Sudbury, anything? A little bit of hail. Nothing exciting. That storm southwest of Ottawa, still kind of in the same spot. Hence the flooding risk with that one. Just a flooding risk on that severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning for Kitchener as well, too. And just a flooding risk for that as well. And you can tell why it's a flooding risk because the storm is moving very slowly. About to move into Kitchener. And it could bring some pretty heavy-duty rainfall. I think the severe thunderstorm warning says 50 to 75 millimeters of rainfall is possible. If Kitchener proper got 75 millimeters of rainfall, that would be a problem. There's not a lot of area for that rainfall to go, so not a lot of grass for it to be absorbed, and therefore you have streets flooded with water, which is not good. After all the flooding we've been hearing about lately, flooding is top of mind for many, I'm sure. Definitely nightmare fuel for me. Not a great swimmer. Let's see here. Everyone thinks I should be, though. Like, everyone's like, oh, you should be a great swimmer because you're 6'1". You got like that kind of build. You look like you could be a good swimmer. I'm like, I just sink. I just sink. I'm not great at treading water. I can lay on my back. I can get from point A to point B, but treading water has always been a problem. I got to get the right technique. You need like that figure 8 with the hands or something. I don't know. There's a certain technique. It's hard. Oh, looks like there is some flooding in Drumheller. Where is that at? Let me see. At the No Frills, there's quite a lot of flooding at the No Frills in Drumheller. I just saw a video. You can see it if you look at hashtag #ABStorm on X or Twitter. You can see someone posted a video at the No Frills of a car driving through a lot of water. It's not a great decision, but I guess they had to. I guess you never have to, right? You don't know if turn around, don't drown. Tornado, I'm Your Father says, we need a storm like that movie where cheeseburgers fall from the sky. I believe that's Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Hopefully not inside the store, says Shelby. I hope not, but there's a lot of rain in that parking lot, so maybe. Shirley says Hamilton Mountain looks insane. Miss Musk Oxen says, I like the thunderstorm outlooks are fixed. Yeah, me too. It's awesome. It's awesome. Danny said, last time I'll ask, LOL, I had a question. How do storm chasers know where to go before a supercell forms? They check model data. So they check a bunch of different models and they kind of make an ensemble in their head of, where they think maybe the risk will be. In a lot of cases, they compare the Environment Canada forecast. They'll look at watches, warnings, that type of thing. If you want to get into spotting, I would find somebody who is a skilled spotter and, maybe try to join them for a chase. Remember that it's incredibly dangerous. As long as you have that in your mind to start with. I've been in the thick of it, and it's been sometimes it was great, but there were times where it was incredibly dangerous. And so a lot of the time, the danger is from other drivers on the road, other storm spotters on the road. If you watch the stuff happening in the States, it's like a sport down there. There's like, on every tornado now in the U.S., there's like 50 storm chasers on that storm, and they're all looking at the storm, and they're tearing each other's bumpers off and running into each other, and it's sometimes it's funny, but sometimes it's horribly dangerous. Like there was a team of storm chasers. Two different storm chasers went through the same intersection at the same time. One of them ran the stop sign, one of them had the right of way, and I'm pretty sure they all died. Yeah, it was brutal. Was it Kelly Williamson? I remember the name Kelly, I think. Yeah, it was brutal. Rogue says, is Highways and Hailstone still going? I believe so. I don't know if there's any spotters on it right now, but I believe that's still going. Let me see here. Hailstones. Yeah, no spotters on it at the moment, but yeah, the website's still up. Yeah, highwaysandhailstones.com. So I believe they're still rocking. Let's see here. What's going on with Kitchener? Flooding risk. Definitely flooding risk. Ryan says, read Timmer thick of it or more casual? Well, it wasn't that wild, but here comes the story. Brendan's already cringing. An EF won through a 7,500 square foot commercial grade horse stable at my Corolla. So we were in the thick of it for sure. We were in the outer circulation, so it was pretty close to a kind of a Reed Timmer situation. Although we didn't have the Dominator. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. No worries, Danny. Be safe out there.
Oh, I'm not cringing. I'm just reaching for my shot glass.
You're cringing after the shot because it burns. All right, let's see here. That Rosebud situation is interesting. Probably some pretty strong winds in Rosebud potentially, or that's away from the storm. Like that's what I love the swiping tool because it shows us that velocity is not perfectly attached to the core of the storm, so it makes it seem like it's a side lobe contamination thing again. So we'll see. Ms. Esri says, Brennan, are you going to share? Cindy says, I've had a rain funnel in my backyard before and nothing but sun in the front yard. Comments? That's how isolated weather is. I've had a blizzard in the backyard before and it looked like a sunshiny day in the front yard. I mean, the house was like blocking the wind, but that's how isolated storms are. Doc Hat says, does Instant Weather Pro have double panel? Yeah, so we have the swiping tool like this, which we're the only Pro radar software that has the swiping tool, but at least for now. But you can also go into dual mode where you can look at both velocity, two different products at the same time. So yeah, we have dual mode and we have single mode, and then we've got swiping mode. We call it split mode, but we should actually rename them. This should be called swipe mode. We still have to rename them. Yeah. Oopsie, hold on. I'm trying to get rid of a comment. It's tricky. There we go. Okay. Gail says we got half an inch. Let us know where that is. Getting dizzy watching the screen swipe. Sorry, my bad. It's just the most useful way to look at these storms. And we're looking at the same spot. Like, I'm not changing spot. All I'm doing is changing the product. So we're in the exact same spot. That's reflectivity, so it's rain and hail, and then that is wind. So we're still looking at that area near Rosebud. It looks interesting. Barry says, good job, Adam and team. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Ryan says, any plans on creating a pen icon to circle an area that shows both on both panels? Totally. Yeah, we're definitely going to add that so that you can highlight stuff quite easy. For sure, 100%. T says, just teasing you. Oh, okay, all good. Extremely loud here in Guelph. I'll go take a look. Jennifer says, is it Tim and something and his son? Yeah, they died in El Reno. Tim Samaras and his son. And was it Carl Young, I think? It's been a while since I remember saying those names out loud. But yeah, they died in El Reno, which is an EF3 tornado. Initially, it was rated EF5, but they downgraded it to EF3. Or initially, it was rated EF4 and it was downgraded to EF3, something like that. It was downgraded because it didn't really hit anything. But on radar, though, it had some of the highest wind speeds ever recorded. Now, I think El Reno was actually initially rated EF5, but then it was downgraded to EF3. I mean, if it had gone through a town, it would have been an EF5 probably. It was 2.6 miles wide. It's 4.2 kilometers wide. I believe it still holds the record for the widest tornado of all time. And it took the lives of one of the greatest storm chasers of all time, who was actually, Tim Samaras is actually who Bill Paxton's character was based on in the movie Twister. So he was the real life, what do they call him? What do they call Bill? And they call him the, what was his name? What was his nickname? The Extreme. So Tim was the Extreme. He was the actual real. He was the real guy trying to put weather stations to read pressure drops in front of tornadoes. So he was the guy driving in front of a tornado, dropping a weather station, getting back in the truck and driving away before the tornado hit them. So he was the original. He's like literally what that movie was based upon, was Tim Samaras. And he died in the largest and one of the strongest tornadoes of all time. May 31st, 2013. Excuse me. I was actually reading his book on how to safely storm chase when he died in a tornado. So, yeah, Tim and Paul Samaras and Carl Young. That's right. Yeah, rest in peace to the TwistX team. Yeah, so just from a personal standpoint, I came close to a roof landing on my car in an EF1 tornado. Was April 18th of 2013. Then I had a brutal situation I won't get into the details of, but thankfully I was safe. But I had a brutal situation trying to live stream by myself, storm chasing, sometime in early May. I think it was May 2nd of 2013. Then I'm watching a live stream of the El Reno tornado, and I'm reading his book on how to safely storm chase, and Tim Samaras dies with his son and storm chasing partner. And for all those who watched Storm Chasers on Discovery Channel, which is a big part of why I even started doing this, was I was like, how are these guys like bullseye tornadoes, but up here in Canada we have like county-based warnings? Something didn't add up. Anyway, so I was a big fan of them, watched them for years on that show. So they die in El Reno on May 31st while I'm reading his book of how to safely storm chase. And that same day, May 31st, was the day that Barrie, my hometown, got hit by an F4 tornado in 1985. So all of those things kind of came together, and I'm like, maybe I should storm chase from home. I think I'm going to storm chase from home more often. That seems to be Yeah, that seems to be a better idea. Yeah. And the nice thing about it is that, by doing this, I can reach so many more people, right? When I'm out in the field, I'm kind of just paying attention to like one storm. Whereas here, we can go and take a look at Kitchener. Let's fly over from Alberta all the way over to Kitchener and see what the flooding risk is happening, or what flooding risk is potentially happening over there. Yeah, that storm is right on top of Kitchener, getting really close to it, and moving still quite slowly. This is an hour animation, and it's moved from here to here. So definitely a flooding risk for Kitchener with this storm, I would think. Yeah, I would think. Now, they've got the severe thunderstorm warning. That I wonder if people are actually reading the details of the severe thunderstorm warning. I think I'm going to do a polygon for that because I bet you a lot of folks did not read the details of the severe thunderstorm warning. And so they're not really even thinking that there's going to be a flooding risk there. So I think I'm going to do a polygon for a flood risk around Kitchener, just because that is moving slow. It's going to be on top of Kitchener for more than an hour, probably, or close to an hour. All right, let's go do a polygon. Polygon time. Let our friends in Kitchener know that there's a flooding risk there if they haven't read the severe thunderstorm warning, which is very possible. A lot of folks are like, "Oh, severe thunderstorm warning, whatever." Unfortunately, I think everybody should read the severe thunderstorm warning details, but that's not always the case. Let's jump over to our notification system here, and let's do a polygon for Kitchener. Polygon time. And Cambridge as well, too, I think. Something like this. Maybe even around here. That looks pretty good. And let me just make sure the direction is going. It's kind of moving to the east a bit. So let's maybe do something like this. Yeah, I think that's probably better. And we'll just watch it as it develops, if it heads toward Hamilton or Oakville. Good. Maybe dial this back a bit like that. Okay. All right, let's see how many folks we have in the path of that one. 18,545 that use our free app in that area. Wow. Okay, let's go. I don't even think we have anything for flooding here. We got to update this. Okay, I'm going to just do something custom here. Flooding potential. And the time will be 9:30 when I send this. We're concerned about flooding potential with this storm slowly tracking into the Kitchener areas, and Kitchener, I'll just put Waterloo in there. They get mad if you don't mention Waterloo. Kitchener and Waterloo areas. Tracking very slow, tracking to the southeast. Okay, I'm going to mix this up. Tracking to the southeast in the Kitchener and Waterloo areas. I'll put etc. because it's moving also into other communities. The environment, Canada, severe thunderstorm warning does mention 50 to 75 millimeters of rainfall is possible with this storm as well. Okay, good enough. 9:31 actually by the time I post it. All right. 106 people use our text message alerts in Kitchener too. That's good. Awesome. All right, that looks good to me. Maybe I'll add one more line. Remember, turn around, don't drown. I'll put it in quotation marks. Turn around, don't drown if you see a water-covered road. If you come across a water covered road. Okay. Looks good. And it will be 9:32 in a few seconds. So I'll wait for that and then send this notification. So, all right, let's see here. Yes. 3, 2, unsend. Okay. Let's jump back to some other pro. We've sent our notification to our friends in Kitchener here. I'm just going to jump over to this storm southwest of Ottawa. It continues to move slowly towards Oompa. Towards Oompa Loompa Doopa Dee Doo. Yeah, so that's moving very slowly as well too. Hopefully those folks are staying safe. Let's see what's happening near Petawawa. Also slow moving storms. I believe there's storms down here near in southwestern Ontario. There's a little one moving towards Chatham-Kent. Nothing too substantial. All right, we're heading back to, let's see how the bust is going in Manitoba. Looking pretty much a bust over there. Let's go take a look at our storms in Alberta inside of the Tornado Watch. Yeah, this storm has definitely become the dominant storm. The one here south of Drumheller near Bainon, near Rosebud. It's got an interesting wind signature to it. Oh, hello. This storm down here near Gayford is just, did it just pop up? Oh, I see. It's kind of coming in from the west. It's getting a little bit more organized. There's a little bit of hail in there. It's right on top of the radar at the moment, so we'll see what it does. Now there's actually a new storm that has developed that just popped up and has moved into southern Calgary, but it looks like it's just rainfall, maybe some gusty winds in there. But there is some new storm development here, so we'll keep an eye on those storms as they track to the east. Miss Harley Quinn says, great, now I'm humming the Oompa Loompa song. Oompa Loompa Doopa Dee Doo. Robin says, hey, just jumping in, was there a tornado in southwestern Ontario or anywhere? Not in southwestern Ontario. I don't know if there was a tornado anywhere. I think there may have been a tornado actually earlier. Was it kind of near Rocky Mountain House, I believe? It was, I'm trying to remember where that was exactly. Where was that? It was southwest of Rocky Mountain House, I believe. Yeah. But we did get a funnel cloud photo. It looked like it may be touching down. It's hard to tell for sure. But there may have been a brief touchdown on that storm. But that was quite a bit earlier. Just got the flooding potential. Thank you so much, Kelsey. Appreciate it. Blue skies in Edmonton. Thank you so much, Rocky Maria Cook. Appreciate it. Alicia says, in Cambridge, just got it. I read the warning and have our pumps ready for the basement. Awesome. You see, you read the warning. Everybody be like Alicia. I hope that's how you pronounce your name. And not Alicia. Could be Alicia, but maybe it's Alicia. Either or. Not in Rocky Mountain House, but somewhere near Rocky Mountain House earlier. How Acme is, I'll take a peek. Yeah. Joy says, I'm north end of Waterloo. Steady, gentle rain. Thank you. Karen and Owen coming with the super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for your coverage. You're very welcome. It's our pleasure.
Just looking a little bit closer at that storm over Calgary, it looks like it's just clipping the Stampede grounds.
Oh, okay. Where's
like right on that northern edge.
Is it in this park?
Okay, stop moving. So where the Y is in Calgary, like the ARY, kind of over in there.
Okay, it's in here? All right. Okay. So it's just maybe a little bit of rain for them.
Yeah.
But it should miss them mainly after that. Okay.
Yeah, that was the one thing I was keeping an eye on today. Because it looked like the storms were mostly going to be to the north with a slight chance of something maybe moving through Calgary.
Perfect. Yeah. So a little bit of rain, but nothing too wild yet. We'll see if that. I mean, it could develop. It could strengthen. So we'll see if it turns into some hail maybe or something like that. Thank you, Alana. Still early yet. Still what? 7:37 in Alberta. Still early. Still time. How bad are the storms going to be for Winnipeg tomorrow, says Hyperblitz? I mean, the energy there is bananas. Let's go take a look at day 2 on the Environment Canada forecast maps here. We'll take a look at their forecast map and we'll see. So let's go to Winnipeg for tomorrow. And what does it say? Thunderstorm outlook. 100 kilometer an hour wind gusts are expected. 3 to 5 centimeters of hail. Rainfall risk 50 millimeters. So it could be some pretty nasty storms. We'll see. We will see. Now the second trip echo is back. But Manitoba still today looking like a bust, which is good, other than up north. There's going to be some pretty strong storms up north. But in populated areas down here, looking...
Yeah, just looking really quickly at model data, it's looking more likely for storms in southern Manitoba tomorrow than today.
Yeah, I would think so. Absolutely. Now I got that Oompa Loompa song stuck in my head. Who did that? It's that Oompa area. Oh, we got wind damage from the thunderstorm earlier west of Drumheller. Looks like a big, there's like a big grain silo. It's crushed. If you look at Ben Chernesky on Twitter, I'm pretty sure Ben said we could share his stuff as well too. I should double check with him. I gotta write down a list of all the storm chasers who say, like, yeah, no problem. You can share our stuff on the stream. Probably a good idea to keep a list so I stop forgetting who we can and who we cannot
like
share.
A spreadsheet.
Yeah, let's get a spreadsheet going.
Team.
For sure. I like that idea a lot. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, I'm looking at the radar data for tomorrow for Manitoba. Yeah, there's going to be some pop-ups. I don't know if for sure Winnipeg will get hit, but there's going to be some storms in that area. They could be interesting. Let's see. Just taking a look at some data in the background here. Yeah, environment's going to be decent. Lots of Cape. Could be some big hail, some strong winds. We'll see. We'll see. So we sit and we wait. It looks like that storm that's right on top of the Strathmore radar, looking like a pretty big hail core there. It'd be interesting to see that storm once it gets further east. What? Can we use a different radar to look at this one? Let's use the one near Medicine Hat. Doesn't really have a great look at it. And what about the one from Edmonton? Not really a great look at it either. But this is looking pretty interesting. It kind of has a hook, and it's got a hail core. But it's so close to the radar, we can't really get a good read on anything. So we have to just wait to see what happens with that storm. Wait a few frames on that one. Thanks to everybody who's joined us in the live stream. We appreciate it. We've been live streaming for 7 hours now. Took a little bit of a break, but we came back and still at it. Supposedly the live stream cut out and cut back in or something. I don't know what happened there, but might have been the elevator music we were playing. YouTube didn't like it, so we've switched to a different set of generic music files that should be fine. We'll see. Macy Person 349 said, watch the line of storms build south into Kitchener-Waterloo in the downpour now. Thanks so much, Amazing Person. Let us know if there's any flooding there, please. Hopefully not. Ms. Esri says the cat is yelling at me to get off the computer. To get off of the computer. Were you sitting on the laptop like a cat would normally do? Is that what happened? It wanted to sit there. Oh, I see. I've seen your previous comment now. Okay, actually heading off to bed. Everyone be nice to each other and safe. Thank you so much, Ms. Esri. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Jen says, the only place I come to stay up to date on my weather. Thank you so much. Thank you kindly, Jen. Appreciate it. I have a desktop. She wants me to go to bed. I understand. Yeah, for sure. Definitely some good rainfall rates here in Kitchener-Waterloo. Will be a flash flooding risk. Water quickly pooling on the side of the road. Oh, well, already, and it's just getting in there. So, Stephanie says, check out the video from Lara Media Storm Chasers. We will do. I think she typically posts on our group here. So we should have a video from them soon. Oh, it was near Drumheller. The hail. Yeah, I'm sure it was pretty wild. Thank you so much. Cindy says, play Rob Thomas. I could play a song in a bit. We can see. We can see. Seppi says, not heavy enough rain in Kitchener-Waterloo. I don't think it's a matter of it being heavy rain. I think it's a matter of it being a very slow-moving storm. So I think it's moderate rain, and then it's going to be going for a while. So that's where the problem is. So we'll see, Seppi. We will see. When do we get a radar update? Looking for a radar update in Alberta. Let's go. We want to see what this storm's doing over the radar because it looks interesting. Should be soon. Yeah, I see some pulsing. Should be soon. Let me hit refresh. Nope, still same frame. Ah! We have a new radar update. The storm going through Calgary, it just looks like some light to moderate rain, nothing too spectacular. Storm northeast of the Strathmore radar here is looking interesting. Velocity looks boring, but we'll see what it does as it moves away from the radar so we can get a better look at it. The one east of, or the one near Dallam at the moment, got some strong wind signature in there. Could be some strong winds. That's about it. All right, I think we're kind of in like one of those like middle situations again where we're kind of dealing with, there's a lot of waiting game happening here. Let's see what this is doing for Kitchener, if it's moving faster now.
Yeah, since we're in that point, I'm going to probably sign off.
All good. Thank you so much, Alana.
No problem. Everyone have a good night. Yeah.
Over to Quebec I go. No, I'm just kidding. I'll stop.
Oh no! I should just duck out silently and go. Don't
yeah.
You up for that.
If you just silently go into the shadows like Homer into the bushes kind of thing, then the chances of me messing something up with town names is probably lower. But as soon as you're like, I'm leaving, I'm like, all right, free
Don't
for
announce
all.
my departure.
Yeah, free for all. Yeah, Atlanta's gone. Now we can have some fun.
Well, let's misbehave.
Let's misbehave now. Atlanta's gone, especially because Brennan's here. He'll never stop me.
Have a good night, guys.
I have Atlanta on one shoulder and Brennan on the other. Guess which one's which? Oh boy. All right. Well, anyways, have a good night. Thank you so much for your help. Appreciate it.
Okay, bye.
Bye. I think we're probably going to go into hybrid mode here while we wait for the storms to really get more interesting. I think we'll do that and then come back after a bit. So we'll put on some generic elevator music and we'll keep the radar animating here in Alberta while we wait. Let me slow this animation down because it's pretty quick. That's a little faster. There we go. Slow that down a bit. Actually, 1 times is probably fine. There we go. Okay, I think we'll just show the Tornado Watch region for right now, like that. We'll put on some generic music, and if things really pick it back up again, then we'll jump back in. So, thank you so much, everyone. Caitlin's asking about virtual weather. Soon. There's a few setbacks. Anyways, we'll get to it. But yeah, soon. Hyperblitz, settle down. All right, anyways, we'll be back in a bit. And I'm going to throw on some generic elevator music. Let's see. It was the Into Space. Is that the one you had on, Brennan? Into Space? Oh, there's lo-fi?
Feeding the ducks is good.
Feeding the duck. Let me try lo-fi. What's lo-fi all about? Let's see here. Yeah, lo-fi is cool. If it's got like a hip-hop beat, that'd be sweet.
It's not that loud. You're going to bleed people's eardrums.
That's true.
Yeah,
I'll put it down to 33. Okay, 33. Perfect. All right. We'll be back in a bit. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out in the live stream, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Storm has passed. The time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. Storms pass eventually. just fine. Tonight, gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, storm has passed, the time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. Thunder's gone, rain is coming down. If you look up to the sky, you see things are clearing out. Everything is gonna be okay, even when it's not. All storms pass eventually. Know you have a lot. You got me, you got mom, got all the things that you've become. Me, you got mom, got a loving home where you're from. You got me, you got mom, so love your family. You only get one, only get one. Storm has passed, the time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone, maybe it's not too long until you rest your head and get some sleep. Try to dream of something sweet. You're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, tonight, tonight. You're gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, tonight.
Hey, everybody. Just coming on to say we're going to shut down the stream. You probably saw it in the comments. Brendan wrote, just an update. We'll be shutting down the stream in 5 minutes as it looks like Alberta is weakening and no new storms are popping up. Good night and thank you for joining us. I just figured I'd come on and say goodbye before we left. We are still seeing a storm southeast of Drumheller. Some gusty winds in there, but it's definitely tapered down. Looks like the tornado watch was ended. Yeah, they switched it to severe thunderstorm watch in Alberta. It looks like Manitoba so far probably going to be a bust, which is good news because if storms did pop up in Manitoba today, they would have been pretty intense, but thankfully they didn't. So it's looking like a bust. Excuse me. Kitchener hopefully didn't flood too bad. Storms are still moving through that area, but they're starting to taper off, so hopefully nothing too substantial. But yeah, but that's the stream. 7.5 hours. I think we did all right. We did okay. There's still that a little bit of flooding risk there near Lumpa down there, but nothing too substantial as well. So, yeah, I think we're pretty much golden for the evening. Our thoughts are with all those who are affected by today's storms. Hopefully everybody stayed safe, and we'll probably see you tomorrow because tomorrow looks like it could be another pretty interesting day. So that's the plan. So we'll talk to you very soon. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good night. Thanks, Brennan. Thanks, Elena. Appreciate it.
Welcome. Good night.
Good night, everybody. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.